Today's guest is one of the most censored voices on the internet.
Hypergamy is the truth that makes people want to cut your head off. For a lot of guys, there's no way out. They have to transform and be a different species.
Born a refugee fleeing the war in Albania, his mindset and obsession with psychology were forged by the chaos of working in nightlife.
The real red pill is Donald Trump energy, not politics. Do you fit the Chad masculine nature of Donald Trump when you're at the nightclub, when you're out in the world, or do you have building to do?
But after years of battling addictions and self-hatred, he emerged from the darkness with a powerful revelation.
Every great person in history thought like this. They're like, wait a minute, I've been comfortable for 2 weeks. This is not good. The average man says, I've been comfortable for 10 years. This is fine. What? How is it fine? Comfortable is the of your mind.
In this episode, we'll expose the system that's turning young people into lifeless zombies, explore the solutions that have been force-fed to you by the algorithm, and question if the reason everyone is struggling is a physical battle or a form of spiritual warfare.
What no YouTuber in history is allowed to reveal. This information will break you. What matters most is
Jon Zherka. Welcome to the Jack Neel Podcast.
Thank you for having me.
Jon, you said you'd rather be hated for telling the truth than loved for lying. What truth about modern dating makes people hate you so much?
I think when I first got on the internet, I focused on hypergamy. Hypergamy is the truth that makes people want to cut your head off. Is it true all these women are going just for the top men? 100,000%. Is it true that there's no way out? For a lot of guys, there's no way out. That's the truth. They have to transform and be a different species.
Why is that so hard for people to hear?
Yeah. I think no one wants to transform, you know? You look in the mirror and you say, it's time to clean my life up. People hate that day. You know, they dread that fucking day. I hated that day. I want to do with the strippers and just party. So, yeah, I think, you know, when it's time to look in the mirror, it's like, who the fuck is telling me to look in the mirror? That guy, fuck that guy. Can we swear here?
Yeah, of course. You say whatever you want. Yeah, I would touch a bit on your past, but I think you've covered why you have the credentials to know that hypergamy is real. What do you think is happening in 2026 that everyone feels, but they're too afraid to say out loud? Whether it's dating, politics, religion, like, what do you think that one thing is?
I think nobody wants to say it out loud, and someone is actually getting really popular doing it. It's the Blackpill. It's Clavicular. He's bringing back that there has to be an aesthetic towards the male energy in society, not just the feminine. And nobody wants to admit that because, you know, that's the black pill. Black pill is like, oh, fuck, what if I'm an ugly fuck? Is it over for me?
Is it?
I think we've been suppressing that part of, you know, I'm a red pill guy, but the aesthetic is huge. I'm a tall guy. That really helps me with women, like immensely. And I'm beautiful and rich and smart. That also helps me.
Right.
But I remember being a little shy gamer, and I hated the idea that I was invisible to the bitches. You know, bitches? I was invisible to bitches. And I was a funny guy. They'd laugh at my jokes and then they'd go hover around Chad, this mystical creature that I've never in my life, I've never been able to say that's Chad, because people only hold on to Chad for a few years of their life, then they lose it, maybe a few months. It's like an archetypal energy, you know what I mean? And we can step into it. But nobody wants to enter into that energy because it comes with, well, you got to be like a risk taker, right? A Chad is someone that puts themselves out there and gains everything from it, but usually it's pain. Usually it's damage. You know, you want to be the Chad at the club, you have to fight the other Chads to be the Chad at the club. So I want to go back to playing video games. It's like the Chad archetypal energy is what young men fiend for because it's the first step in transformation. So I'm going to start bone smashing right now. Yeah, I don't recommend bone smashing, no. But I think it is about transformation. It's like, look into ego consciousness where it sets in at 21 years old for a young man. Who am I? What am I doing here? What am I doing in college? All these fears come out just from the belly. It's like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? And most men don't solve that. They finish college, they move on to something, they chase bitches. They never become a playable character in the world. A human with ego consciousness that's not unconscious in a drift. Whether you make money or not, you're in a drift. You're like in a dream. Then you have someone like Donald Trump, who his ego consciousness is so powerful. You can mention his name to the Uber driver. It spikes emotion in whoever's sitting there. Trump is aura, like pure masculine aura. But we focus on Andrew Tate. That's how fucking stupid we are as a society. We focus on the bald guy and not the beautiful angelic hair of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is so needed. I'm not talking about politically. I'm just like seeing him right there. He's so needed for young men. Just to see, oh, look, he's being a little rude to Melania. Yeah, you can be a little rude to women. You don't have to be a passive little fucking bitch all the time. And that's what the whole red pill is. The real red pill is Donald Trump energy, not politics, not what Trump's doing. You don't even have to, I don't care if you don't even follow that. Do you fit the Chad masculine nature of Donald Trump when you're at the nightclub, when you're out in the world? Or do you have building to do? Do you have to build up a bit to that? And what does building up to it look like? It's all the things you don't want to do. You got to get jacked. I'm not saying you should get jacked. I'm saying you're thinking of this every day of your life. Young men, I want to be told what I have to do. What's in the back of your head that you don't want to do, that you're afraid of? That's first priority. If I'm on drugs, alcohol, fucked up, throwing up outside of a nightclub, someone challenges me to a fight, I know I'm fucked up. This is not the time. This I could lose. That guy could have a knife. I cannot go to bed not seeing that challenge. Because if I go to bed like a bitch, I'm leaving the archetype of the Chad and entering unconscious society again. And unconscious society believes they're conscious. But if you're not doing anything you're afraid of, you're not conscious. True consciousness happens when you're in a sustained fight or flight for not weeks, not months, but sometimes you move to a new city, you have to fucking pay the rent, you have to get your life together. That fight or flight state lasts 3 years, maybe 7 years. The more the better. The more you're cooked, the more that diamond is formed. But you can go back to your little video games and say, no, that sounds like way too much pressure, but you want the pressure. I don't want the pressure. I don't like the pressure. I need the pressure or else I'm not awake. I'm not alive. It's like doing every day of your life. And then one day you have to stop. And you're like, wait a minute. This life is a lot less dangerous now, a lot less stimulated. Why is it so heightened on? How can I replicate that energy without the drug? Because the drug is just that voltage will kill you. It'll burn you out. I shouldn't sniff right now. That looks so bad, right? But you can tell I'm sober. To adopt that high dangerous position, the position, I'm not talking about drugs. I'm saying, how do you live a dangerous life without putting shit in your body? Right. You have to go to the pressure, even if it means financial destruction. By the way, most successful people, they destroy themselves financially a lot of times.
Right.
These people live on the fucking edge, and they don't do it for the money. They're doing it for their incarnation purpose, that they get to maximize courage. A lot of people are like, but Zherka, you seem like you're on edge when you're doing all this stuff that just puts you out there. And it's like, I need the edge. If I don't have the edge, I'll find a way to put it in me. You know what I mean? I need the edge. And I've read enough books to know Steve Jobs thought like this. Kanye thought like this. Every great person in history thought like this. They're like, wait a minute, I've been comfortable for 2 weeks. This is not good. The average man says, I've been comfortable for 10 years. This is fine. What? How is it fine? Comfortable is the of your mind. This is poetry. Can we say on YouTube?
You can say it on Instagram.
I love pressure because it sounds like I'm those men who are like, I love pressure. I've always been like this. No, I'm the opposite. I love comfort. I've always loved comfort. I've always loved gaming like a little bitch. I'm the opposite. That's my true nature is that. This is my forced nature. Most red pill guys, they talk about how they've always been like this since 12 years old and shit. And if that's true, if they're not lying, that's badass as fuck. That is so badass that you at 12 years old got your shit together and did it. But to me, it doesn't resonate. It's like, I want to see a nerdy fucking little gamer do Zherka shit. That's the only thing I want to see. And it's not for the money that came. It's not for the status that came. It's not for the network. That was a lot of fun. It's for your inner man. We have so many personalities. You know, everyone talks about being real and shit. You have a different voice when you speak to your mom than you do when you speak to your uncle, your friend, your teacher, your whatever. If you have different voices for different people, you're saying, what are you saying? You're saying you have a different fucking mask for everyone in society. You're a and I'm not calling you a because everyone, you're not going to talk to your grandma the way you talk to Trump. It's not normal. These masks are personalities you have, but they are not your inner man, the core, the fight or flight that is the real you. The masks, you know, people trying to run from it, escape the illusion of Maya and shit, that you're here to transform matter into spirit. You don't escape your masks. You play them like cards. You have fun with them. You use them to go to the next level. I use my personality to get a fucking $100 million. I don't give a fuck. I'll do this till I die. But my inner man is the most important part. That if my inner man is not fed, you can't feed that with money. You can't feed that with any kind of experience except shit that builds courage. When you said we're doing a podcast out in fucking Compton in a warehouse, I was like, how do I know I'm not being set up right now?
You don't?
I was exploding in energy. I was thinking, Jack is the first podcaster to put me in this position. I think Adam 22 a bit. I didn't really trust Adam, but Jack is the first podcaster to put me in the situation of like, is that even Jack? What if he's just using AI to come jump me? I've been jumped. I can't afford to get jumped right now. I got to do podcasting. I love that energy. So when you saw me dilated, my pupils open, no drugs, just straight, am I getting jumped or am I having some Saratoga water with Jack? Like what the fuck is happening?
How'd you sleep last night?
Awesome. You know, not to go off on a tangent.
All right.
There is nothing more important. And I think you can be a party guy so long as you tell me, many of my students are party people. And they say, how can I party and destroy my body and do all this shit in my 20s so I don't build a shadow? No regrets. How do I do all this and still advance? It feels like regression. And I say, the number one indicator of you becoming successful, I don't give a fuck what drugs you do. I don't care what alcohol you drink. I don't care how you party, the lifestyle you live. Doesn't matter. We've seen all the guys pop off in any kind of lifestyle. What matters most is sleep. if you can get 8 hours of sleep on a good conscience, meaning if you're hanging out with strippers, but you're like hiding certain opinions and you're hiding things, it's affecting your sleep, your life will start going to shit, because what no YouTuber in history is allowed to reveal, because this information will break you. In sleep is where you all, including me, design your next day. And that doesn't mean you meet up the events like it's a robot. You have free choice to do whatever, fuck it up. But in good sleep, good conscience sleep, you can never fail in life. And here's the interesting thing. When a man doesn't sleep for 4 days in a row, he morally degrades. That's the first thing that happens. He gets irritable, angry, because he's disconnected from the Holy Spirit. We touch the Holy Spirit in our sleep, get rejuvenated, and come back to go outward into the world. Sleep is the most important factor to success. And it sounds like fake news, because when I was popping off, I stopped sleeping. I started borrowing tomorrow's time for today and destroying myself just so I have enough footage out there to build my empire brick by brick after. Live on my own terms. And a lot of people don't realize that. There's like, health is a huge component to your success, but there will be periods in your life where you will put that on the back burner. And the one thing you have to remember is, are you morally awake when you're going crazy in the world? Are you awake enough to say, I shouldn't fuck this stripper. I'll party with her. I'm not going to fuck her. Most guys fuck her and she's a fucking traumatized bitch. And so karmically, you're linked to that now. But I'm telling you right now, start with the mind. Join thezherkaofficial.com. Now, start with the mind. Look into what I say. Test it. And from the mind, you will start to honor your body. And everything your soul wants, your rhythmic path, everything your feeling life wants of your tripart soul of thinking, feeling, willing, head, heart, hands, all of that has to be arranged from the top down. The mind comes first, which is interesting because when you got a business booming, you'll get very logical and become inwardly dry because you're thinking too much. When you're inwardly dry, you start taking advantage of your employees and people you work with. That's when feeling life has to matter. You have thinking, feeling, and willing. In other words, you're a thinking type. I don't know if you are, I'm just saying.
No, you're right.
Andrew Tate is a thinking type. Feeling type is Kanye, music. It's a dangerous type. Then there's athletes, willing types. Humanity falls in these 3 categories. You have to start with soul science to understand the number one question in all of human history is, who am I? Where am I going? And how did I get here? And no amount of religion is going to help you solve that answer, because religion comes after self-mastery, not before. But most people go to religion before self-mastery. So, for example, there's Catholics who say deeds matter. There's Protestants who say just faith only, no works. It's wrong. It's thinking, feeling, and the deeds, willing. Your whole day is comprised of these 3 soul attributes. If one is off balance, your weeks, months, and years turn into blurs, into dreams. Man is a machine. He's a mechanical wind-up machine. He doesn't know where the fuck he's going. I am born on earth to wake people up, and not like those fucking spiritist channels that talk about, I woke up. Waking up is a process of one molecule at a time over 72 fucking years. And when you're hearing me speak, you're hearing someone at a higher level of threshold consciousness than the average guy. So it looks so appealing. Oh, I want to be around Zherka because he's more inwardly awake in his in his dream, because the dream world is this one. The sleep world is the real world. The dream is when you wake up. And I think we spoke about this on the phone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is interesting. I came to that realization recently. The reason I asked you about the sleep was because you seem to me to be someone that creates entropy in your life or like chaos when things are too orderly. And it reminds me of, Jon Jones, best fighter in UFC.
My favorite.
He's
my favorite.
What does he do whenever he has a big fight? He always gets super drunk, trashed the night before. And I think there's a part of it that's attached to ego, that he wants an excuse. Like, I lost because I slept 1 hour last night. And I had a feeling that, this is a big comeback for you. You haven't done a podcast in a while. You did Fresh and Fit a few months ago. I thought
Is that a podcast?
Close enough. Yeah, I had a feeling you might trash your sleep to put yourself in that kind of fight or flight state so you do better. It's something I do sometimes is if I have a big podcast, I'll fuck up my sleep the night before. But on the concept of, you call it somnambulist, the walking zombie, like you're sleepwalking through life
the
almost.
NPC.
Right.
Yeah.
When I think about this, like, how do you, like, if you're one of those guys that's always chasing adventure naturally, and then you're one of those guys that's the gamer, stuck at the computer all day, like watching TikTok, getting mad at his Twitter feed, watching these streamers, like, should you kind of switch the roles? Like, should you just step into the thing that isn't natural to you, or is the adventure like the natural thing? Like, how do you determine what the right path is?
I think it's always going to be a play on opposites. So for me, it was, why was I a gamer, but all the content I consumed is dudes in nightclubs, getting all the women, all that kind of Jersey trash kind of content. Those clips kept coming up on my feed, and I would be mystified. How can one man get every girl in the club? How can he live that existence, and me and billions of people on earth are playing MapleStory? We're playing World of Warcock. We're playing whatever the fuck it is. And we're not playing, we're in a dream. We're drifting in an unconscious state where, have you ever been droning? You're not even playing the game. The game is playing you. It's wasting your fucking life. And I'm like, wait a minute. I can see the future. Because all I have to do is look at my past. Holy shit, my incarnation sucks. And it's not going to change.
I don't want to talk about the incarnations too much. Is there a way to determine like what your past life happened?
I think any kind of advanced spiritual work shouldn't be mentioned, because there's a lot of batshit bitches who say, I swear I'm the reincarnated Mary Magdalene. The number one fundamental key of true spirituality is, are you conscious? If you enter a trance state, an unconscious state, you see those guys who talk in tongue, blah, 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 blah. Anything that's unconscious by definition in the esoteric, it's to sin, to miss the mark. Anything that is conscious, pure consciousness, you cannot murder someone if you're purely conscious in that moment. It's fucking impossible. Everyone loves to talk about humans are evil. Humans, they are. But when a human is fully conscious, in the exercises that I give to my students, the self-remembering exercises, you cannot morally degrade yourself when you're fully conscious. But, someone pushes you, you're unconscious, you're running on instinct, anger, astral desires, you're sinning. By definition, that is what it means to sin. To sin means you cannot implement your true will. And your true will is so beautiful. Every human on earth, their true will is beautiful. But in this lowered state of consciousness that we're at, and if you don't believe me that humans are at different levels of consciousness, there's MIT studies that says this. Look at a doctor versus a construction worker. I'm not talking about knowledge, like, oh, they went to school and got the knowledge. I'm talking about being, which is consciousness. Being. There's a lot of people stuck on a fucking island somewhere. They have an immense level of being, which is instinctual wisdom. That is awesome. But they don't have knowledge. They don't do math. They're one-sided in their soul. Outward is knowledge. Inward towards the past is instinctual wisdom, which we call being. Like when you're alone, why are you so afraid of your own voice? Why are you afraid of your being? Because you're knowledge-based. Everyone in the West is knowledge-based. That's why they get a lot of shit done. 72 years go by, and they have anxiety for 72 years as fucking millionaires. And I'm like, how can you go inside of a woman sexually if your whole incarnation, your whole NPC life, you're afraid? So even the wins in your life, the yacht, the women, you're not even enjoying them. That's how important it is to have a spiritual practice. I'm not talking about like just going to church. It's you when you're alone. That's where spirituality starts. And most of the time that comes with serious illusions. I'm from a war zone, so when I'm alone, I get war imagery that pops up. Now, my mind's trained. I've been doing this for 1,000 years, or really 7 years if we're talking about what I've remembered up to. But I'm not dominated by those thoughts. It's very different. I'm talking about fully present me cannot be dominated because I don't just rely on the knowledge part of the psyche, which is like Alex Jones, just, I heard this, I heard that, blah, 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 blah. Have you had him on?
No, not yet.
The knowledge side can always be fucked up and wrong, but the being, the inner being side is so fucking important. So you go, intuitively, I know where to go. 1 million people want to interview me. I said, just Jack Neel. Because I intuitively meditate on what the next move is, not for money, not for status. I already have all that. For what my next purpose is for me, for my self-remembering journey, which helps you. You're going to go home tonight, you're going to be like, what the fuck was he talking about self-remembering? You're going to open your phone and you're going to see a big black cock. No, I'm going to send you a book. I'm going to send you a book to read and you're going to love it because you're at a level of consciousness where I have smart friends, but they're smart when they're outward. They're yapping smart. They're not smart for listening. And these people cannot do audiobooks for some reason. They can't. It's like them being alone with someone else's thoughts. They freak out. They have to do other things. And these like willing types, they're always running around and shit. But I'm going to send you a book that's going to change your fucking life, and you're going to give me 50% of your revenue. This is black magic. This is no, but I'm going to send you a book. Remind me.
I'll get the book from you.
And the reason I can't promote the book is because they're not at that level of consciousness. It wouldn't even make sense. They play Fortnite. That's why it's like a gift. Like, oh, you're at this level of YouTube? Here you go.
The only way for someone to learn something is for them to take two pieces of knowledge together and put the pieces together in their own brain.
Yeah.
You know, you can't tell them Jesus is real. You have to say Satanists desecrate Jesus.
Yeah.
And then people put the pieces together and they're like, well, that's who they desecrate?
Yeah. I had one guy say to me, he's like, how do you get to Jesus Christ through all the masonry and all the stuff I see on your Twitter? And I'm like, you think you'll find the Christ in a bed of roses, you stupid idiot? You think a stripper will find the Christ? You know, playing at the arcade, like that's not how the soul's journey works. Every human on earth will find their Lord and Savior in darkness, in the worst moments of their life, and then the awakening begins, one cell of your body at a time. For some people, it snaps hard. Like, have you noticed the phenomena of how many Christians talk about the mystical states? They see Jesus Christ in person. And I always say, like, those are not experiences that you're supposed to share. Because in today's day and world, it's identical to just like 2,000 years ago. People will put you in the nut house if you talk about that kind of stuff. You know, a lot of, even for near-death experiences, you could say your near-death experience and seeing the Christ in its glory, full glory, and people will put you in fucking nut house immediately. They'll say, oh, this guy, he's traumatized by the accident and stuff. But look into how many people are waking up. It's mind-blowing. And here's the crazy part. A lot of these people are still lost. They kind of, I'm following scripture, but I'm still doing kind of the same old life and blah, blah, blah. Look into your thinking, look into your feeling, and look into what you will into the world to see if you're a Christian. That's how you do it. If your thinking is all fucked up, but you're a Christian, if your feeling is, oh, my heart's broken by this one bitch, you're generating hateful thoughts in your auric field, your ego consciousness. It's very wrong to go around the world thinking, what do Protestants tell us? They tell us, faith and you're done. Really? How many people do you know with faith that I think those guys struggle the hardest. It's not just faith. It's thinking, feeling, and willing. Faith is just the middle, the heart chamber, the feeling, the rhythmic path. In olden times, that's all you needed. You remember when guys used to go to mountains, meditate, and they would enter out of the dream, which it really means the most advanced level of spirituality is when you can go to sleep. Jack Neel, you go to bed conscious, not unconscious. You enter the spirit realm, where you do your daily review of, were you morally progressing or failing? You enter that world conscious. That is the highest level of spirituality on earth that I don't even like to talk about that because it's so far above what humans can reach right now. And they're all meant to reach this. That level of consciousness is not going to happen by screaming, Jesus and my Bible, Jesus and my Bible. You thinking, feeling, willing has to be aligned. Your incarnation on earth has to look like the Christian mysteries. Hey man, you helped me get to Christ. Okay, and then what? Well, that's it. Oh, really? Your life's done? You got to Christ and you have nothing else to do on earth? You're a fucking lunatic. I'm done. I got Jesus, I'm done. How many fat fucking slobs do we see live in trailers? Like, oh, I got Jesus and I'm done. It's like, bro, you can't even breathe correct. What the fuck? That's your temple. That's literally your temple. You're 1,000. These guys are obese, saying they're finished their incarnation task because they found Christ. And it's like, I've always maintained your life starts when you come to the Christ. That's when, it gets really heavy after that. It doesn't get easier. I don't know why people say it gets easier.
Now you have a responsibility.
OF women always say things like, I found Christ and I'm saved. But they're really trying to convince themselves. They don't realize how many deeds they actually have to do to start feeling whole again. And it's a life process of, why does a human shower every day? Does God just make the system like that to fuck with us? No, you shower every day to remind yourself, if the body and the soul and the spirit are one, you're showering to remind yourself that you have to morally wash your heart every day of your life like it's your full-time job. That doesn't mean running away from strippers. That means treating them like they have souls, which is the hardest thing for a human to do. That's just a fucking stripper bitch. It's just a stripper bitch. They pull a knife on you, you go, yeah, this bitch is demonic. But God loves the people you hate too. So don't forget that.
Do you think the feminization of men is a natural cultural shift or a deliberate Masonic Psy Op?
Yeah, 100%. The ruling class, a lot of them don't even know they're demonically charged because they're unconscious. But they are 100% influenced. They do not want masculine men with swords. They want beta males. But it also has, I'd say, 30% to do with how man is evolving. it's not just the top-down thing. It's also that men want to become softer. And if people don't understand what I mean by this, it's simple. Do men enjoy simping? Yes. Do regular men enjoy simping? Yes. Do masculine men, Andrew Tate behind the scenes, do you think he's simping? Yeah, sometimes, right? That's actually why men are around women they get hardened, then they want to soften up being around them. They want to balance back into the middle, the Christ force. And my whole diagnosis is when you see how much men love simping, and they get punished for it, right? Nobody wants a soft bitch. But when you see that all men, even the bitter ones, love to simp, you'll see that it's also a natural trajectory. But I'm not saying it's like 100%. I'd say 30% is natural. We want to get softer for whatever reason. To me, it's kind of sad because guys like me, it's like, I don't fit in anymore. Like, what the fuck? I'm a Dragon Ball character. Like, I'm not supposed to be here. But 30%, I would say, is a natural push towards being that kind of American Idol watching shit. And 70% would be top-down control, that it's like, because, when someone enters ego consciousness, like everyone in my high school, college, they're all losers. I have them on Facebook. I'm like, look at their lives. This is so fucking depressing. I'm the only one to pop out into full ego consciousness. I'm sure some of them did it, but not enough to where the world goes, oh, shit, I know that name Zherka. If you know my name, my ego consciousness is setting in. I'm shining.
Define ego consciousness for me.
I would say the first 7 years of your life, the physical body is instinctual, right? You're kind of just mimicking everything. The next 7 years is the memory body. You start remembering. The next 7 years is puberty, the astral body. This is your desire body. I need to fuck. I am horny. I need to fuck. Everyone in this room has felt that puberty. It just like comes on, desire. Because you are all becoming co-creators. What do you think it means for a human to enter heaven? It's going to be, everyone's sharing the heaven, but also everything, all of Jack's sympathies and antipathies will be a part of his heaven, meaning you're getting prepped to become a co-creator. You're going to have your own little world. You only do that if ego consciousness, the I am, that is God's name, the I, no one can say I except you, me, right? I can't say I for you, right? I can say Jack or you, but I can't say I. This I, every human is connected, their inner quality, the I am. This I is the Christ, that we are close to the Christ inwardly, and we have to remember that. Outwardly, we have personalities. We put on masks. Some people have the personality that they love to abuse someone else. That is not their I. That's not their ego consciousness. Because in full ego consciousness, kind of like when you see a prisoner at 70 years old, they cannot sin anymore. There's a lot of prisoners that they transform immensely in prison. And you look at them, they look content and happy in that fucking cell, smelling like piss. Because their ego consciousness is finally setting in their I. Identity. Our identity is spiritual. It's not matter. We're in a fallen state. By fallen, you can see all of your fallen personalities. They just keep bleeding out. You could watch a bit of LeBron James and start to sound like him. You could keep copying other personalities. It's a mess out there. But the core of man, if he meditates every day of his life, at least 30 minutes, you will find this core in your center that will shock you so much that you'll choose to forget. You'll go back to your old life. I don't want to do that practice. That practice is giving me perfect peace, perfect stillness. I know what to do. I know where to go. I know intuitively what has to happen every day. But I miss being unconscious. So I'm going to go back to the alcohol. Ego consciousness is presence. This is the most important thing every human has to learn, but I would say most humans are stuck in their desire body. So they have puberty for life. They're just, I want gaming, popcorn, this, that. they never really go for it in life. And I want to have sympathy for those people, but honestly, I'm the gamer. If I went for it, these Chads got to go for it. Like, the gamer is the worst person in society. Most people who watch me are not the gamers. They game sometimes, but they play sports too. They're in the middle. I was on the horrible side. So if I pop out into becoming a star of my life, if I can do it, anyone in the middle has that gate. They can just see it. They're like, wait a minute. He did start off from a really weird position. Like, this kid was really fucking weird. Like, I never had friends. I had one group of friends from grade school that I kept in high school because I couldn't bond with people. I just stayed with my grade school buddies, right? Whereas my brother and stuff like that, they make a lot of friends and stuff. And I didn't have trouble making friends. It's just there's something wrong with me. I was really introverted, and it built such a nasty shadow that I said, I'm going to fuck every woman on earth until that beta male cuck gamer is dead to me. And he never died to me. To this day, I feed him. Sometimes I watch gaming compilations to feed him for 5 minutes. Like, here, eat that slop. And then I go back into ego consciousness. I run the show. And the child me loves that. There's like, he's afraid like everyone else, but he transformed like no one else.
Zherka, when you think about red pill, black pill, I mean, I'm a 24-year-old guy. I kind of grew up with this content at a time in my life where I was able to date women. I was living on my own. I was making my own money. And it was really interesting seeing like this evolution of everything. It was like we had the Tate brothers who, like, if you watch them for a while, it's like, man, they were on the internet forever. And then we kind of had Sneeko, Luke Belmar, then there was Zherka. And this evolution has kind of gone to like the black pill with Clav a bit, which I find super fascinating. But do you think any of this was pushed by the algorithm? Or do you think they didn't want to push it? Because you're in a weird position where you've been silenced, but I'm curious of your thoughts on that. Quick side note, something I thought was strange, and I have the stat here, it's 80% of people pay way too much for their car insurance. And for the people listening to the podcast right now, I hope you guys know that my goal is for you to either make money, save money, or find truth. So I found this useful tool. Basically, you just put in your zip code, how many cars you own, and it instantly shows you whether or not you could be saving money. It's super accurate, it's free, and the whole process takes less than a minute. So if you want to try it out and figure out if you could be saving money right now as we speak, just go to jackneel.com/auto or scan the QR code on screen. You can also hit the first link in the description, but anyway, guys, back to the podcast.
Yeah, I always see it as suppression. So when society demands men stop being betas, there's a push towards that kind of content that happens organically. But everything you see, Jimmy Kimmel and all those kind of movies, Hollywood, that stuff is pushed onto us. But
so you think it's reactionary?
Yeah, I'm really saying that Andrew Tate is his movement, which, by the way, I came way before him. Just Twitch me. Just search up my Twitch. But his movement, what I like about Tate is that it's the antithesis of Hollywood, right? Meaning it's organic. So I do think it's natural. Although he did buy a bunch of software to push him, he made like 1 million clips. He had millions of dollars to do that. So it wasn't the most organic fame, but well-deserved. Like, Andrew Tate is the one YouTuber. I'm not just saying this because it's like red pill territory. He's the one YouTuber that I feel deserved his success, or whatever you want to call him, influencer or whatever, because it was organic, where we're so used to XQC lying to us. You could be a different gender and all this shit. Andrew Tate was, I always say, the red pill phase of YouTube was the most fascinating part of YouTube history because it wasn't linked to gaming. It wasn't linked to something else driving it. Some people link their name to Fortnite and pop off. That's not really you popping off. That's like a hybrid thing. But the red pill is like, oh, men are talking about their experiences of being masculine, and these guys are getting all the women, right? There's a lot of red pill guys who took the high level FaZe Clan or, all those gamer types, We took their bitches and fucked them on some evil shit. Like, I don't think I've seen anything more evil than the red pill wave, because women are just like, okay, there's no masculine men. Zherka and those guys are kind of gorilla. I don't like that. Like, he has hair on his back. That's kind of, we're going to fuck Zherka because there's nothing else. And it was a robbery. So for me, red pill wave is the only real wave in YouTube history besides Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump was very organic, like not establishment. I know a lot of people say it's half-half. It's like a raging bull that they released into society.
And then they caught him.
Yeah, then they're like, yeah, get back here and shit.
I actually agree with that.
And I don't think Tate started. I think where the red pill starts is with Trump. 2016 is everything. 2016 was the crack of the real red pill. Everything before that was, man, I heard that a lot of red pill was dating.
Yeah,
shit.
like mystery.
Coaching, dating. Those guys don't even get women. They edit their videos to make it look like they get women. But if you say, as their subscriber, you could give them thousands of dollars and say, please do what you just did live.
I'll say
one of them do it live.
I've been out with them. He's been out with them too. Some of them do.
Some of them pull? Or give some names.
Baxter, Mysteries.
I don't know.
Number 2 guy. Yeah. But I would say a lot of them don't.
I'd say the coaching aspect of the red pill, I always hated that, the dating coaching aspect.
Like going out with them.
Yeah, and I took a lot of money from that. I didn't even want to do online, sell this program, but my community for years, they're like, since you're leaking it on your streams for free, why don't you just take their money? And so I'm the only red pill dating channel or whatever that my community forced me into making a product. Everyone else, they said, I have a product. This product's going to help you get women. I'm the only one who for years was like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And when I saw the demand, I'm like, okay, it would be stupid not to sell it. I'm talking about it anyway. Like,
what do you think of Clav and the black pill? Where do you rank these two, red pill versus black pill?
I've always been a guy that reminds people that DJ Khaled can take your bitch and he's fat and ugly. So when we go to status, you don't know how powerful status, like if Clav enters a room with a DJ Khaled, he's going to see that those Miami bitches he likes, he's going to see how hollow they really are. And it's not fair for him to go to average women. Like a lot of people are like, Zherka, you're around fake bitches. And I'm like, they're hotter. Like, are we going to deny that these women get paid for their looks? They're clearly more aesthetically appealing. And I'm not saying I can't go for like some really regular woman. I'm saying I have, if I could sexually function with a very normal girl, I've tried many times. I've been around them. I've been around assistants. If they're very normal looking, men get hard for that. I don't. It's like when you taste.
Too easy.
Well, it's like, for me, it's always been like the worst part of my whole personality is I'm an artist. I draw. Well, I used to draw, but I look at things like I stop and stare at a tree like it's art, right? I observe the world, but it's also a bad thing because it makes me extremely superficial. And some of the best women I've ever met that are not attractive to me, they would make such great wives. But if I cannot get hard for her physically, like most guys can, what am I going to rely on Viagra? Like, that's fucking retarded. I'm going to go to, look, I like art. If you look like a piece of art, then I'll go out with you. And people are like, yo, that's so superficial. And I'm like, it is. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm saying, draw me a duck. If you draw like a piece of shit, you probably can't stay with like an ugly chick and have a blast. But if you draw well, if you're into proportions, if you're into aesthetics, if you have that eye, that artist's eye, it's really hard to sit down with a girl without, it's like, you're easy to draw. I don't want to be on this date if you're easy to draw. You know what I mean? And thank God everyone in this room is good looking, right? Sometimes it gets awkward. You're in with like 20 people and there's like ugly chicks there and stuff like that. And they're looking at me like, what the fuck? But I'd say if physically I could get stiff for a very, very average girl, like I like a mid girl, but a very average girl, if I could physically do it, like all my peers, all my friends, everyone I know, I would 100% say, hey, everyone on the internet, this is my girlfriend. I wouldn't give a fuck. But because physically I've kind of torched myself with kind of like the bad fruit, the bad women. It's a long maturing process. So, my parents always ask me, when are you going to have kids? I'm like, Donald Trump had his Baron at 67. So I got some time.
Zherka, how soon do women sense your energy?
Well, I'm from a nightclub background, 5 years, 7 nights a week. And my biggest issue was big, hairy, scary, increasing her anxiety. I'm not good with women. So my whole website, my whole dedication to understanding females, if you're trying to pick them up, is what is the point of a date? Everyone answers this wrong. I remember unlocking the code where I said the point of a date, if you ask any woman, they'll agree, is to grab her anxiety, take it down to 0. At 0%, they start doing weird stuff like sit on your lap, and you start getting shocked. You're like, I'm not the Chad. Why is she doing this? Oh, she feels moral authority. That's why I even make jokes and they laugh and sit on my lap, because they instinctively feel this guy cannot harm me. He's with the Lord. Even if he's fucked up on alcohol, he's with the Lord. No one understands that moral authority, to be moral, does not mean to be a good person at all. It's been so, Ned Flanders is not moral authority. Women don't go up to Ned Flanders. Moral authority means that drug dealer at the club, that piece of shit evil person that is really masculine, will stand up for her if she's getting attacked. That's moral authority, that he jumps into the fire, starts fighting the big black guy. That piece of shit evil demon that we all hate at the club, he's the moral character in that scene, and that's the image in her head, picture consciousness, that keeps reoccurring when she's out. So, I don't, hey, I'm in a Ferrari, jump in. They go, no, who are you? They get afraid even if you approach them in a Ferrari. So they're afraid of something physical happening. They don't look at how moral that person is. They just look at the scenario, will this guy protect me? And that is the key to dating dynamics. That if she feels unsafe, this guy's not able to implement his will, or he won't even try, or doesn't even have the courage to get in there, this is the number one factor to a sexual encounter. It's, do you have moral authority? Don't think of the Bible right now. Just think of, would you protect her if she got punched in the face? Because, sometimes that can be funny. No, that's never funny. And I've protected women my whole life working at these clubs, and piece of shit women that I'd have to protect, on the job. And I remember always thinking, like, I hate that feeling that I have to approach a big black MMA fighter that's too drunk, and he's really aggressive with this girl. I have to be the white knight, and I hate this bitch. Who the fuck is she? I don't know her. But man, it taught me, like, oh, wait a minute. I gain more from protecting her because it builds my courage. I get to move in the world with the only thing humans give a fuck about: freedom. Freedom is, what is joy? When you feel joyous, no one can define it. Go ahead. Joy is the echo of a free deed. You did it because you wanted to do it. You weren't under compulsion right? Freedom is the number one thing everyone should write on a piece of paper every day. How do I maximize my freedom? Which doesn't mean you can't pay the rent. There's a lot of guys who follow me who make a shit ton of money. They pop off, they make millions of subscribers on YouTube. They give me all the credit, all that shit. And I'm not proud of them because they don't understand what I mean by freedom, right? Because they're making a lot of these YouTube videos on compulsion to please their fan base. And I'm like, that's not freedom. I don't care how much money you make. You're a bitch. You're making it. It's like if Jack Neel didn't pick Anakin Skywalker doesn't pick the people he wants to interview. You let someone else pick, right? That would be horrific. And it would actually translate. People would be like, oh, this podcast kind of sucks. But we know you're picking the guests. We know it, And I don't know if it's just me, but we had a long conversation on the phone. And I remember thinking, I'm like, is he recording? Like, are we doing a full-on interview right now? And I'm like, this guy, that was great. I was like, yo, I feel cozy. That's the guy I want to go to.
It's interesting.
Because I don't need to go to, there's a time in my career where I have to go to all the shit. And that shit's exhausting. Like, people are like, why don't you want to stay famous as fuck? You were getting 2 million a hit with Bradley Martin. That's more than Brad Pitt. You're like, why don't you want to keep doing that? And I'm like, to get that kind of viewership, you have to be on airplane flights every weekend at my height, sitting next to some Chinese woman. I'm rich, but I'm not rich like that, right? I have to be cramped up in an airplane and I have to go here. The energy demand to be number one on the internet for a year and a half or whatever, it's insane.
Freedom loss as well.
Yeah, if I could link my name to like some Fortnite game, that's a lot easier. But then you're boxed in that category. But I don't give a fuck about people becoming famous in their bedroom. I'm talking about those guys who live rock star lifestyles. They'll always burn out. You cannot go every weekend to podcast party, film your own content. And people are like, why did you only go live 11 times in 2023 when you're taking over the world? 700 million fucking views on TikTok and all that. Why would you only go live 11 times on your own channel? And I'm like, look how many podcasts I was on. You don't have time to go live on yours. You're too busy cross-pollinating viewership with everyone and doing that. And you got to remember, I'm not a social person at all. I fucking love fame. You can see it, I pop off and I'm laughing like the Green Goblin, the Joker. I'm loving fame. That shit gets old so fast. I hate when people say, can I get a photo with you? I hate meeting my fans. You changed my life. Get away from me. I can't stand it. In the beginning, first year, I talked to everyone, anyone. They would cry to me. They would hug me. I talked to all of them. But when I saw how much of my life I forfeited for the public eye, that was not even on camera, it's all behind the scenes, I was like, whoa, these Hollywood guys that are always at the top, these people have serious FOMO, like Sneeko's and, Sneeko. These people have FOMO that keeps them at the top, because for me, the first chance I got to fucking dip, I'm like, hey, turn the fame off. And everyone told me that's not how it works. You're going to be annoyed for life now. I'm like, no, I got what I wanted. I did everything I'm supposed to do on earth. Turn the fame off. And I hated seeing the notification, like, come here, do that, come suck my tits, whatever. I was like, turn it off. I have a good life. I have good people around me. I have good women. I want to enjoy a couple hours of my day, because I have some stuff that we're not going to get into that I do that occupies my whole time. But I'm like, holy shit, I have to write a book. I have to do consultation, $8,000, 3 hours. I have to do so much shit. And then they want content. And I'm like, turn this shit off. I turned the fame off. And I swear to God, it was the best fucking 2 years of my life. That's how much I can't stand talking to people. We have shit to talk about. But when I see people on the street, it's almost like,
you feel as though your energy is being taken from you a little bit.
Oh man, it's like, you're a true introvert if you go to the movie theater with your friends and you get exhausted from it. Have you ever hung out with your buddies and you're like, I need a break from we had so much fun, leave me alone. I want to read some books. I want to do some, adult shit. And the older you get, the more you're going to want to do adult shit, where it's like, I love my nephew's 6 years old, now 7. I want to be there for him. So I spend 3 times a week, 12 hours a day with him. And I love it, right? Well, it could get annoying too, but when he's gone, the peace and quiet is at such a high level that all the women in my phone, I say, don't talk to me. I am falling in love and I don't know with what. And it's that peace of quiet. Right. And I've always maintained there's like, if you can meditate 20 minutes a day, you'll know what I mean by it's the fountain of energy. And, it shows up. It's like strengthening a muscle over time, but you can go off balance. There's a lot of people who go into dreamy states where they just want to escape into that world, the real world. They want to go into that way, which is big no-no. You have to be in the world too. Not taken by the world, but you have to, thinking, feeling, willing has to be in your society, and Times Square is now Twitter. You have to be a part of that. But turning the fame off for 2 years, not going to podcasts, not taking the flights, I swear I grew up more in those 2 years than the whole rest of my life. Maybe I do want some food. Do you guys have? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Do you actually? Well,
No.
Dave's Hot Chicken?
No, I actually tell people, come here on an empty stomach, under pressure, a little exhausted, and you perform. And
100%.
some guys get fucked over by that. They're like, I go on a podcast, my stomach is grumbling. What the fuck, bro? You fucked me over. And I'm like, don't follow my channel if it doesn't work. Only follow my channel if my methods work. Because I don't think an XQC type person with that kind of temperament will gain any, everyone loves to market themselves. My shit's for everyone. I hate when influencers say that, like, just buy my programs. It's not for everyone. If you're kind of like Zherka, you can build off that. If you're a lot like me, you can build so much off that. But if you're like XQC with temperament and all that, everything I say is going to probably fuck you over. Besides the spiritual and the Catholic message, besides that, everything else I say will fuck you over. Like,
it has to feel aligned in order for it to execute well. Yeah,
it has to. You have to enter a state where you say, I want, like I always say, who you're watching, you're becoming. If you don't want Zherka's life, which a lot of people say they want my life until they're getting punched in the face, and they're like, whoa, this is I like all the energy, the cloud around me, but I don't want to do all the crazy shit on the streets. And it's like, well, if you're Zherka maxing, what do you think is going to happen to you? That's why I say, if you go soft Zherka max, if you soft max, that's fine. I don't think many humans should do exactly what I do. I think take what works and fuck off, leave me alone. And then, people say, yo, this is good shit.
Quick question. Are you someone that has a lot of money in crypto? Because if you're like me, you're worried about getting hacked, or if you have a hard wallet, losing it, someone stealing it, or just forgetting your password. That's why I was so relieved when I met the guys at I Trust Capital. They told me they have a premium custody account, which basically means money can only move in and out from your bank account. No external wallets, no random transfers, so you can never get hacked or drained. So if you want to keep your crypto safe, just go to jackneel.com/itrust or scan the QR code on screen. Again, that's jackneel.com/itrust if you want to sleep better at night knowing your money's stored with the same companies that BlackRock, Fidelity, and Coinbase Prime are all using. But anyway, guys, back to the podcast.
They leak my shit and they say this is the best content ever, and I get rich and I take their money. I take their money because that's my favorite thing on earth, is to take a human being's money, because they never ever get that gut punch of how much they spend for Hulu, Netflix, and all the... If you look into my life, the stupid shit I buy, it's every human spends thousands of dollars a month, or way more than that, on the dumbest shit you can think of that they'd be ashamed to admit. And so if you're getting something quality, I want to overcharge. It's almost like, if you get a program for free, you'll never implement it.
100%.
And people are like, oh, you're above that. You're so intelligent. You think of this stuff. No, I've seen programs that are low cost and I've never clicked on them, ever. If I'm buying how to edit a video program in my early days, the most expensive one every single time, I just want many reviews, I want that one. And I'm telling you, I've always functioned like, if most of society is benefiting from this editing software, I am most of society. I'm a part of this group too. I should get that one. All the biggest losers on earth. And this is the best sales pitch on earth right now. You should come buy my shit. All the biggest losers on earth, they will go to the cheapest program and then they'll quit. And it's like, dude,
you don't want those people.
Now you're wasting time and money. You're wasting a lot. And that's not to say that buying Andrew Tate's program is healthy. You don't have to respond to this, but I'm saying you should be smart enough to know what a scam is, like Hustler's University versus someone spitting from their soul. If you can't tell the difference, I want to say you deserve to get scammed. No one on earth deserves to get scammed. It's actually the lowest feeling when you're late on rent and you get scammed. There's no lower feeling, because it's like there's no one there to witness it, and the only witness is your inner being, and there's an illusion that it's swearing at you. It's not. It loves you, right? The I loves you. You love yourself, but it's like an illusion. You're alone. You got scammed and you say, fuck, man, I'm a piece of shit. I'm an idiot. And then that spirals into years of, oh, I'm an idiot. I can't pay my rent. All that thinking, feeling, garbage. So I hate scams. And I feel like every course seller, I hate course sellers. I sell a course. I hate course sellers. I feel like we should put them all lined up for like a GQ kind of thing with a lie detector and say, would you buy your own fucking program, you little fucking And how many red pill, imagine Andrew Tate sitting, you don't have to respond to this. I don't want to do anything to your channel, but he's going to get mad. But imagine all the Hustlers University types of people when they're on that lie detector where they've already lost their hair from lying so much, you know, they're thinking too much about stupid shit. They're burning out through. A lot of people don't realize that stressing your central nervous system makes you go bald. It burns you out. High thinking types go bald all the time. All their etheric energies up here. Steve Jobs, it's not a bad thing. You guys can make millions of dollars, but imagine you lined up course sellers and say, okay, Zherka, go first. Lie detector, would you buy your own program? That would be the best content in the universe. You should set it up and bring Andrew Tate here.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's when I initially met Clav, the first thing he said to me was, Jack, interviewing all these guys, like, do they like you think they're all grifters, right? And I was like, no, I think they believe their own shit.
Like red pill guys?
Yeah. Like everyone I'd interviewed, I was like, I think they have to believe it because otherwise you can't function. But
like in an unconscious way, like they force themselves to believe it.
Right. It's like I'm helping people at the end of the day. But I do know what you're saying about the cognitive dissonance and how that can transmute into the body.
I think the way you can see it's genuine is, does this human being watch his own advice content?
Right.
Like when I see it pop up on my page, Twitter, feed, whatever, do I stop? I'm not talking about just the funny clips. I'm talking about the informative stuff. Does Zherka stop every time and watch it with a smile? Or is he so ashamed of scamming people that he just swipes and goes to the next thing? Yeah. And you know what's crazy is a lot of people are like, dude, your methods is going to make me so much money. I genuinely believe there's much more money in scamming people. Way more. Like if you want, my methods are for, I get good sleep. I'm not as rich as the other guys. I'm rich enough. But man, imagine Zherka did a gambling sponsor. You know how many are at my fucking doorstep? And people are like, for years, why don't you take that? That's just free money. And I'm like, you don't understand the karmic implication. If a human being gives you $1,000 and doesn't tell you why, you're karmically linked to that 1,000 he gave you. That's why the most moral people in history, from samurai to whatever, they always said, I can't accept that. I cannot accept that. Because intuitively their spiritual core knows that money is karmic substance. If you get, for example, I had like $10,000 sent to me by this woman before the fame, right? Because my first fame was 2018. I was 25 years old. And then the big stuff, international fame, was 2023. But I had a girl sending me money, and it was the biggest regret of my life because I'm like, I don't know how she got that money. She probably took it for some simp, and then boom, now I'm linked to it. When humans understand that he's not lying, you are linked to every transaction. Meaning if someone on earth gives you $1,000, you don't know why. He's just being friendly, but he's a criminal. You are linked to that karma. Bad things start happening to you, and you're like, what the fuck? I didn't even do anything. That's why in politics, oh, you took money from him? You know how people make a big deal like, you can't just take that money? You really can't. If Zherka took money from like Dual Bits or whatever Andrew Tate and them do, or all those online gambling casinos, it affects everything you're doing on earth. The only thing you're here for is to morally upgrade. What do you think is happening when you're getting rich in that way? You're doing what you came on earth to do backwards, meaning more trouble. And a lot of people are like, oh, I don't care if my life gets shittier as long as I'm rich for the next 7-10 years doing that sponsorship, which happens all the time. They have so much fun in their yachts and shit. But here's the problem. When you morally degrade, your family gets hit hard. And bad things don't just happen to you. It's everyone you're linked to as well. It's like that stream of energy. It's not free. For every single ancient temple, culture, religion, all spoke about moral progression for a reason. It's not because it's a cute story that makes the black guy stop killing people. It's what you are put on earth to do, and you drink from the draught of forgetfulness because you cannot know it's the right thing. If you know it's the right thing, you're not free. If you know, oh shit, I'm being watched, if you know it to your core, you're not free. You cannot, for example, doing moral deeds because you're afraid of God is actually doing, to your thinking, feeling, and willing, your soul is not evolving. If you give to the homeless because you pity them, you want good grace from the Lord, it's not having the same effect that you think it's having. It must come from freedom. It must come from you, and it doesn't matter if you learned that at 70 or 20 years old. The only thing that's different is for those 70 years, you were a piece of shit to your tribe. And a lot of people are like, damn, I'm going to get karmically damaged for that. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying they needed you. Where the fuck were you fucking people in tribes need each other. Like, we're born into tribes. Like, you can say Twitter is like Times Square. It's a tribe. If your content is, for me, I use my personality, not just my inner man. So I'll have the women around me to get people close, and then I give them the truth, and then boom, I'm helping, which a lot of people hate that. They're like, wait, you can't use your personality. If you're a karate master, do not think your purpose is going to church. You have to generate love with the thing you love, which is karate, that inspires the kids to join karate, and boom, you're doing your incarnation task. That's why everyone's face on earth is different. 2,000 years ago, one tribe would have kind of the same face. A lot of people, this is the first time any human on a podcast has said this, by the way, but our faces are evolving towards ego consciousness. It's differentiation. Everyone is different with their talents and capacities. That's for a reason. There's a lot of Christians who are convinced every businessman, ball player, fighter has to go to church and become religious. And, when they do it, it's so fake. You could just see it's fake. That's not their path. To generate thinking, feeling, and willing up from their soul perfectly, the NFL player has to play ball. That's his karmic path. As many people as he inspires is linked to him. So the Lord made the world a lot of fun for us. People don't know how fun differentiation is. Now, if you're just playing football and morally degrading, that's when people point and say, you need the Lord. But does Tom Brady need the Lord? I think he's actually a good person who's with the Lord. I don't know if he talks about it, but you can see when people are on their mission. You can see that your talents are not to be substituted and suppressed just so you become more priestly. They memorize more scripture. And a lot of people tell me, they're like, how do you do Bible study for years, 2 hours a night before bed? I just can't do it. I'm like, you don't have to, bro. Once you have something you love, you're naturally going to gravitate that way. But I love that kind of stuff, right? You don't have to do that stuff. You're not going to do 72 years on earth without coming to spirituality, unless you're like a total fucking retard. And a lot of people are like, there's so many atheists that are happy and doing their own thing. They're not atheists. They're thinking, feeling, and willing. They're generating so much love. They have families. So they're in the act of a Christian. They are fulfilling the Christian mysteries, and you know what's funny? The strongest Christians on earth will never say that they're Christian. It's almost like they're too busy as a surgeon saving someone's life. They don't even talk. They're just saving lives, right? They're just fixing someone's heart. That's why I say, anytime you see someone always talking about Christianity, those people always get leaked to being the worst pieces of shit. It's almost like they're trying to hide something, but you can see in people's deeds who is linking up to that stream of energy, and a lot of there's a lot of Christians who are convinced if you preach nonstop that things happen for you. And look how many preachers there are on earth, like those TikTok Christians make content all day and then they get leaked that they try to fuck a girl against her will. And have you seen all that on Twitter? I don't want to say, there's a lot of Christian channels that they get leaked for doing something weird, and
they're true in their thinking, right?
They're suppressing,
because they're trying to logically deduce that God is real, and then they kind of lean into this whole Pascal's wager thing of, if I believe in God, I get this infinite life.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that at all.
Yeah, it's like the issue with that is I think of heaven as something that shouldn't even be guaranteed, and a big reason that God doesn't directly reveal himself to us through logic is just because you should just be in that state, right? And you should be thinking, feeling, willing, and then that's the path toward like enlightenment.
Which we're talking about being. A lot of people talk about knowledge. I learned scripture. but are you being? Like, I always say this, a beautiful woman stumbles out of a nightclub and she's drunk. And the first instinct every human have, even women, if you look at it, even like lesbians, even bisexual women, even some straight women that are just horny, their instinct, male or female, when they see a woman stumbling out of a nightclub drunk, is to take advantage of her. And no human actually comes to that consciousness. They start to help her. You start to see them trying to get them in an Uber or taxi. It's coming from a good place. But these people, these are the same types of people that if they hold a knife, they have flash thoughts of stabbing someone, so they don't have moral authority. They don't have inner being, which is so dangerous because, naturally nothing's going to happen. But on LSD, on some kind of party drug, not that that's a party drug, but people party with it. Don't do that. Some of these guys jump out of windows, right? Because they don't actually have control of themselves. And spirits float into us, into our auras like fish. That's why you can have flash thoughts of fucked up shit. It's not you, it's things coming through you. And when you don't have a spiritual core, those demons get louder and louder. And a lot of people don't realize that, yeah, maybe you never took advantage of a woman, but no woman likes you. Why? She doesn't sense you have a spiritual core, no moral authority. She's getting moral authority from a drug dealer downtown that will protect her more than from the good little Christian. Right. So she's really sensing like, hey, you're a rapist. That's what she's putting out in the world when you're talking to her. That's why a lot of these guys who don't get women don't realize that they have so much inner work to do before another soul feels safe. But safe doesn't mean you do what I say, bitch, and stuff like that. Safe literally means in an emergency, are you gone out the window? Are you disappearing on the bitch, or what the fuck are you doing? That's what safety means. And I always thought it's instinctual. I was like, you become a man, you grow a beard, and then you just want to protect the woman that they're all trying to take. I remember working in a nightclub. I'm like, why is every guy that has a good life, they have money, they're good looking, why are they all fighting to jump in that cab with her? She's literally puking drunk. That is the worst scenario you can be in. And it's gross. She's puking, but you see demonic nature from Christians all the time. Just get a couple beers in them at a nightclub. You see it from Muslims. Oh, I don't eat pork, and they're eating out a fat bitch. You see it from fucking Buddhists. You see it from all types of people. And it's like, dude, it's not knowledge. You can memorize all of scripture. If your level of consciousness is not growing with knowledge, you are fucking your whole life up. Oh, women don't like me. Yeah, I don't feel safe around you either. You're a fucking weirdo. You're a beta male weirdo. And beta male doesn't mean, oh, I can't bench press. Beta male means she's getting her face stomped. And you're saying, oh, what the fuck? She's getting stomped. They start filming. They see girls in a fight. There's a black guy. Have you seen black guys start swinging on women? And then there's some bouncers that are like, we have to jump in. And it's interesting because bouncers always jump in together, 4 at a time. You're supposed to jump in even if it's just you at the ropes, 1. Right. That's your, and there's a lot of bouncers who will say, no, that's simp shit. There's some bouncers who stay at the ropes and just watch her get beat by a grown 6'6" black guy. And I really think it's like the test of your character will happen in the real world. And your sleep is going to get worse and worse if you see something horrific happening. You do nothing to stop it. I'll forget about it. 10 years go by and you have a nervous disorder and you don't know why. And it all stems from that you're a fucking coward. Right. And you're obsessed with watching content about courageous people. And I'm like, dude, you don't want 10 years with a nervous disorder. You want to do something in that kind of situation.
Fear of the Lord is not an avoidance of hell, but it's a hatred of sin. And so many people are just so scared of going to the bad place or being like judged or like being attacked, punched in the face. But like really you have to get to this state where you hate being separated from God himself in your inner state. I do want to ask, New Year's Eve 2018, you prayed for 10 minutes in the shower with a black guy. Yeah. Asking God for fame and a way out of this life. What did that prayer look like?
My hands were together. I felt gay doing it. It's not my nature to do that kind of stuff, because at that point I was already transformed into the worst person in the city. I still had moral authority enough to where women always chased me. They felt safe around me. But drug dealing, doing all that bouncer shit, it was just like, I would consider that as like a low life. And to me, that was like my Kali Yuga, like my lowest point. And I'm like, if I'm at rock bottom and I pray, is it going to be different? Right? Is it going to be different than praying every day? And the stuff I would see in my head when I was in this state of stillness was so blurry, but everything I saw, random things come up into your pictorial consciousness. The stuff that I saw happened in those girls with good pussy that talk about manifestation? That's exactly how it happened, where it's like, whoa, that crystal ball bitch that's fucking twisted, but she's beautiful. That crazy bitch is right. I just did that with my mind. It was so freaky that it didn't feel like God. It felt like I'm doing it, or I'm being answered by something, but it wasn't like a visionary state or anything. It was just some blurry images of what's supposed to happen. I go on Omegle drinking. I don't have friends. I just have coworkers, whatever. That's normal. That's like every adult. But I'm drinking and I'm calling people pieces of shit on Omegle. And one guy from my home country, he doesn't even know where I'm from. He says, you would be perfect on this show. And I remember thinking, where have I seen this fucking face before? Like the Bradley Martin podcast where he's like, I feel like I've been here before. And I bit my tongue. I didn't tell Bradley that I've seen Bradley in front of me and I've already done it. It's almost like when he said this is nostalgic, I immediately felt naked. I'm like, yeah, I feel that too. But I didn't want to tell him the truth that I see things before they happen, not in a come to me to tell the future, in the most quiet parts of my day, in the deepest meditation, perfect stillness. Because in prayer, I do not see things. I go more right towards the Lord. So that's more of like a winding down, right? That's more just reverence, moral authority, power from the Lord. But in meditation and stillness, when the fog clears, I start seeing blurry faces of blonde hair women laughing at my jokes. And she's got a blue chair and she's got a pink room. And I've never seen that before. I didn't even know what e-girls were. I swear, I didn't even know what Twitch was. When they put me on, go to this girl's house, you're at 9,000 viewers your first day, you're popping off. I was like, why is the girl sitting next to me? I went to her house. Why does she look just like the random images coming into my head? And it freaked me the fuck out that I never prayed again. I said, I got everything I wanted. They banned me. I'll do everything by myself. I am so afraid to ask for anything more. Like, you give me a fucking step, I'll take a mile with this career. That's fine. But I remember thinking to myself, like, can a human change their life and forget that the prayer worked? Dude, I forgot. There was, I think 2021, I was so focused on podcasting, all this kind of stuff. And it was great. It was great money, especially compared to a bouncer. But every human listening right now, everyone in the audience will feel what I'm saying when I say all of your prayers that get answered are the ones you immediately choose to forget. That's how much of a piece of shit man is. If you look at the prayers that are not answered, forget that. Look at the ones that get answered. Humans get their prayers answered all the time. Give it a couple weeks, depending if you're a piece of shit. Some people days. For me, it was almost a year, months, because I'm more inclined to that. I'm born in February. That's more for me. But it was mind fucking blowing that even someone like me on podcast talking about God didn't pray. Just, hey, I'm going to do my Twitch thing. And, I started losing it again, where it's like a lot of success, but I'm losing my inner being. So it's like diminishing returns. I don't like that feeling. And I'm like, if someone like me, imagine talking about God on a podcast with e-girls. You're a dumb bitch. You got to go to the Lord. Imagine that. It's like a pastor or a priest forgetting that their prayer got answered. And I think that happens all the time. I think the number one sin humans have is how fast their gratitude fades. And, a lot of people are like, are you those Christians that think humans are pieces of shit? I'm worse than the Catholics, bro. I think humans are the most vile, disgusting creatures I've ever seen, because you can give them yachts and millions of dollars, all their prayers answered, and it blurs, right? They start drinking, partying with bitches. Everything the Lord does for you will be forgotten by you, and it feels like a superpower. How can you forget the Lord? That's how much free will you have. You can just forget the good stuff that happened, but we never forget the bad stuff. We are that fucked. I want more. I want this. That's why I say you have to understand what your heart actually is. The heart doesn't pump blood. No, the blood circulates. There's an etheric pattern to the heart, the box of the heart, this energy, that every beat is trying to answer one of your wishes. It's just, your thinking, feeling, willing gets so tangled in what you want to do that all the wishes get fucked up. That's how evil man is. That's why in perfect stillness, your heart is still. That's where you have to go to understand, oh, wait a minute, spirituality is a sport? How come there's only one channel on earth talking about this? Because it's the hardest thing you'll ever have to do. Get a Zoomer, and I don't recommend Zoomers do this, go out in the world and, do your thing and then come back. But get a Zoomer to sit down in stillness, perfect stillness with their own thoughts. And some of them will, even, I don't want to get into this is too long, but even my mentor's mentor killed himself. And this guy ran the Clairvision school in Australia for meditation because he got out of the world, and that's Luciferic. If you go towards spirituality 100%, but you leave the world, you leave your mission on earth, you get really isolated and you say, I don't want this. I want to go to a different dream. I want to go do other things. And the worst thing you do is kill yourself. But at a high level, an advanced person could fall off the ladder. And this is in scripture too, that even when you're at the top, you can fall back down, and that fall hurts bad. Your whole family's like, what the fuck? You killed yourself and all that. But people got to realize that, why would you spend your whole life doing bicep curls and no exercise for your mind? If anything, the only reason you're willing an act is because you felt like it's the right thing to do from a thought. Your thinking, feeling, and willing aligned to you going to the gym. Your thinking should come first. You should strengthen your mind. And it's so fucking simple. There's 1,000 Eastern practices. I call them satanic, not because I think that, just so no one wastes their time with Eastern practices that say, there is no God, you just meditate, all that stupid shit. No, we know the nature is moral. The Lord's nature is moral. If you don't feel a sense of morality when you meditate, when you pray, when you're in perfect stillness, when you're doing your intentional suffering throughout your day, whatever you chose to do, because passive suffering will kill you. You need something you chose to suffer with, your career, whatever the fuck. When you're living a life like this, structured perfectly for your life, you got to ask yourself, why is it a sport? Why is it? Because you're not fully free. Your thinking is free, but your feeling is a dream. That's why feelings come like dreams. And your will is totally asleep. You don't even know what you're trying to will into the world. Most people don't. They call it the subconscious or whatever, right? Which is the real you. The will is the most important part. But you have control over one thing, not feelings, not will, not what these psychologists talk about, none of them. You have only control of your thinking. And you don't even have that because you don't meditate, meaning you don't level up your consciousness. You're only leveling up knowledge, which is a Western path. There's a lot of Silicon Valley guys, they spend their whole lives making millions and millions of fucking dollars. And then one day they go on some LSD adventure and say, I don't want to do this. I made 100 million, and they become hippies. Have you seen that? And then they go Luciferic into dreamy states where they stop working, which thinking, feeling, will is to work. If that one gets deleted, now you're off balance. Now your life sucks. Now you want to kill yourself. You must be in rhythm. You're given legs to walk. You have to will. You have to go out in the world. And you see these spiritual kind of like guys who make these AI companies and stuff. They're in desperate need of a higher level of consciousness because their knowledge is so fucking uneven. They're so up here making the best AI, $100 million, but they feel inwardly dry. When you feel inwardly dry, have you ever gone to a vacation? It was awesome. You go to that place a couple of years later, you hate it because you have an inner world of pictures that's different. You went through a breakup, now that vacation sucks. It reminds you of stupid shit. But if your inner world, if you're not inwardly dry, if it's correct, you can go to Compton and have fun with Jack Neel, the Anakin Skywalker. You can do whatever the fuck. A lot of people don't realize that the people we look up to the most, like Andrew Tate's a good example. I'm not shitting on the guy. I think he's really intelligent, super thinking type. His dad was a chess guy, makes money, all that. He morally degrades himself, but we should never say, oh, he scammed people with Hustlers University. We're going to judge that. We don't need to judge that. We're all being judged anyway. We don't need to judge shit. You can never point to someone and say, don't do that, because you're doing shit as well, like every human is. So I'm not judging it from like a divine kind of like, yo, Andrew Tate's evil. I'm saying his thinking, his tripart soul, like think of Plato, his thinking appetite is so fucking fed that he's inwardly dry. Now he's stopped thinking what it's like to scam someone who is addicted to gambling. And he'll even tweet stuff like stuff about suicide that's really fucked up if you've ever seen, because he's promoting gambling. So it's like the worst thing. Imagine having names on earth that killed themselves, souls on earth that killed themselves. Excuse me, the soul is not killing the body. Imagine that's linked to your name. But is it because Andrew Tate's evil? No, he's just off balance. He's too much into his thinking. If he played music, he would actually be a little more liberal to where he'll be like, you know what? I don't want to promote this. I'm already rich, right? If Andrew Tate was smashing on the guitar, you would see more rhythmic, heart center. And I know what you're thinking. Well, then everyone should play music. They should be. No, because if you're too much into the heart, you turn into those liberals that try and stop protests and get your daughter killed. And those feeling types that are just disgusting. They're like, hey, cut your penis off for freedom. That's way too much in the middle path. And a lot of people are like, well, if you get to God towards thinking, towards feeling, towards willing, like NFL, you're inspiring others, why don't you just pick one path? And it's like, no. These paths are closed. The Catholic mystics that I talk about, they would go through the heart chakra center where it was just devotion to the Lord. However, you have to go to the mountains to do that, like a monastic life. Those people are actually seen as selfish because they're leaving their real world duties to do that. And before it was okay to do that. That was a totally fine path, but it's closed off as we evolve, as thinking gets stronger.
Something I want to ask about here is, So Tate, I would kind of be of the assumption that he does a lot of willing and a lot of feeling and like very little thinking, but I would see his issue as like a lack of stillness, right? And that he's always just raw action solves everything. Yeah. Like, let me put myself in front of the computer, watch this thing, let me do this thing, let me do this deal, like not taking a moment of reflection. And I guess what I'm curious about is like, I think you would probably have the belief that you have to be in a very high frequency inner state to have certain experiences and them not cause you cortisol, not cause you to lose, like to have loosh extracted from you, a negative being taking your energy. Like, do you think that's because he's afraid of the stillness and that he's just always feeding himself with content? And how do you like kind of fix your inner state to where you're not just constantly giving energy to all these things and lowering your frequency, I guess?
I would recommend that Tate has to do the one thing he's afraid to do on earth. This guy's not afraid to get in there and fucking fight someone. I'm not calling him a coward, but the thing he's most afraid to do on earth is the thing that'll be the most challenging for Andrew Tate will be perfect stillness meditation with your own thoughts. Good luck. Because people like Tate actually kill because they're so off balance. And I mean that by energy too. You could tell someone's off balance because when you make $100 million, that's energy. That's not just money. That's mon eye. That's the one eye. That is energy into your life. I made some money. I'm like, whoa, get this fame away from me. I think the money is, wow, that changes a lot of things, right? People who say money don't change you if you're moral. No, I'll say this. It even changes someone as moral as Khabib. I genuinely mean that. Everyone on earth gets affected by this kind of energy. Now, Tate, he's not like some kind of hippie, psilocybin kind of, these guys who go inward, but they'll never get in a street fight because they're fucking cowards, which means they're also off balance. There's a lot of people who are like, oh man, I got to fight this guy. I'm going to just leave through the back door. Or, dude, I've been in so many situations where it's like, dude, I'm fucked up. I'm drunk. I'm on diazepam. I'm on Percocet. I'm on painkiller. This is not, my legs are shaking. This is not a state you want to go into. I'm a coward. I have to go fight. That outward thing, I slept like a baby after, like, thank God. And it's not the right thing to do. I'm not promoting people go fucking fight on the streets, but I'm saying if it's eating you alive, that someone pushed you on the street, that's not free. That's going to be with you for a long time. And it's interesting that you'll become friends with the guy who pushed you after you fight them most of the time, because it's not really about them. It's about your inner world and what has to get done. Tate cannot, Tate's such an interesting guy because I like him a lot in business. I think like if you're just a business guy, I hate business people, but if you're a business guy, Tate's like a great role model. But if you think there's more to life, which is not many people, I don't think there's a lot of spiritual people on earth, right? There's a lot of Muslims who say, I love Tate. It's like, bro, you're a Muslim. How the fuck can you love, it doesn't, because no one's actually religious. It's all fake. Most humans are lying about that, or they're religious on a Sunday, those kind of people, or whatever. Tate, to be alone with his thoughts, let's say 20 minutes a day, it would be such hard inner work, because I'm not judging. His incarnation was hard. He lost his father. When you lose your father and you don't feel safe in the world, and you're the older brother, have to take care of Tristan, it's badass what Andrew Tate did. He said, you know what, Tristan, I'm going to make us $100 million fucking dollars. You're not going to be alone without women. I'm going to get you not one woman. These bitches are leaving us. They're fucking hypergamy. I'm getting you all of them because these people have a serious death drive. They're like, there's nothing afterlife. You can see it in their actions that they don't really give a fuck. But I still think they're way better people than most people on YouTube. And I love the brothers guarding each other. Like, they don't have their dad. They got to guard each other. So it's awesome. Like, I'm really building Tate up here. I'm not trying to cut him down. If you look at his incarnation, it's fucking brutal to lose your dad early, right? I think it was early. But also, you cannot just sell a Hustlers University course where you're telling people that they're going to get rich and nobody gets rich from it. I think the best was some guys who learned a bit of work ethic and they made like bit of change. But when it's marketed towards it, because a lot of people are like, yo, you're selling to an idiot. Who gives a fuck? I hate those idiots too a lot of the time, but I'll change it. Check this out. They're not just idiots. They're unconscious, meaning you're selling to the guy who can't pay his rent and is buying your course is unconscious. If you're selling to someone unconscious, that is the highest level of evil on earth. That is fucked up, right? You could break them. It's like guys who promote gambling. Hey, I lost my house. Well, you shouldn't have done that, bro, but I'm just promoting gambling. It's like, dude, nothing is free in this world if it harms another soul. Everyone thinks they get away with stuff and they feel like they do for 7 years or whatever. But I'm telling you, no, none of these people sleep the way I sleep. That's why Tate in that last stream, he's like, I'm halfway done my life. And he's giving like death drive conversations to Clavicular and all those guys. And, he's agitated. You could tell he's like, okay, the yacht and the money and the bitches are here. Now I'm afraid to die. Now I'm going to lose all this stuff now. Forget all of that, man. You're going to lose your brother or your brother is going to lose you. Those two guys are in it together. But here's the problem. That desperate search for security because they lost their father is so beautiful how they transmuted it. I would hug them because, I have brothers, I get it. They said the world is never going to harm us like that again. And it can't, because once it takes your father, it's like, what's it gonna, you have another dad? Like, what the fuck? They said the world fucked us. Now fuck the world. And that's badass shit. I resonate with that, but you see their karmic issues of the whole world trying to put them in prison. They're not getting good sleep. They're always shifty-eyed. They always got that bug-eyed look. To me, that's, if you're anxious and a billionaire, I'm richer than you. You're a fucking If you're anxious and a billionaire, people say they want that. Have you been anxious for an hour? It's the worst thing on earth. Remember when we were 21? What am I going to do with my life? 23? What the fuck? 24, most people take their own lives, like in their dark states. Not most people, but people who get there. Dude, being anxious with a shit ton of money, but you have a desire body issue that needs more, that's a death drive. And it's identical to being in hell. In my opinion, that's the worst kind of hell. You have a Ferrari, you can't enjoy it, because when I rent my Ferraris, I get my dick sucked. It's fun. When they're in their bought Ferraris, they got all the money, they're losing hair follicles, worrying about what happens next. And I didn't think this would be about Tate, but he's such a good example of, it's not an evil man. He's just one-sided. And should he be one-sided? Yeah, he lost his father. It's like people are like, yo, that guy's doing drugs, that guy's doing alcohol. I'm like, no, they're not. What do you mean? Those guys are losers. They do drugs, they do alcohol. I'm like, no, they lost someone. That's it. I don't even have to talk to them. I get it. And people are like, well, you have sympathy for that? I'm like, it's not sympathy. It's empathy that every human is going to go to that point. You're going to lose people you love. So when you look at that drug addict, it's going to be your turn. Yeah. And a lot of people don't realize that there are sober human beings on earth that are identical to drug addicts and alcoholics, except they do it with their thoughts, right? They spiral in their thoughts. They hate themselves. And so that's why I always say, I'm like, someone who does drugs, someone who does alcohol, yeah, pieces of shit, yeah, they're bad people, they're fucking their shit up. But most people on earth that are droning, playing a video game, depressed, those guys are sober. What are you going to say about them? What are you going to say about everyone you see at Walmart, where, you enter Walmart and you can see the faces are rendering. They're not into ego consciousness. They're, a big Mexican family. They're just like, they're cute, they're adorable, but you could see they're like exhausted. There's a lot of incarnations where I was like that. I was so fucking exhausted. I remember 21, I'm like, okay, making $12 an hour. I have to fight these people. I have to take steroids to be heavy enough to fight these people, and these people are training. I don't even have the money or time to do any of this shit. This is like an immense amount of pressure, but I need these jobs. I need this kind of lifestyle because I've been fired from everything else. And it's all just compounding. And I was never the working type. I was never the thinking type. I failed all my classes. So in my head, I'm like, oh shit, I'm exhausted. When I see a fucking broke Filipino family, broke Mexican family, as much as I love to make fun of them, broke Albanian family, whatever the fuck, no, I get it. You get thrown into, let's say, Los Angeles. What's the rent out here? You're going to do all that with a regular salary? That is evil. And then you got to pay taxes. There's the level of evil society does to the common average man. It's brutal. And people are like, oh, I just got to be like Zherka and make a shit ton of money. Yeah, I still got taxed. I thought I was so rich until it was my first time paying taxes. I'm like, because I was getting under the table bouncer money. So it's like, I don't know if I didn't arrest me. But
I don't think they're going to audit you for that one.
That shit used to bother me so much that I'm like, I'm making $12 an hour. A lot of people have that life in the city. Most people have like broke lives. How do you do it? And I never understood how people do it until I realized, they go unconscious and stay in debt, and that debt eats them alive. And here's the interesting thing is...
That's a survival mechanism, is the zombie state.
Yeah, and here's the interesting thing is a lot of people don't realize that those people in debt struggling, they're actually fulfilling their karmas. Mm-hmm. And they get so fucking violently angry when I say this. They try and kill me for it. For years, I avoided these topics because I'm like, I'm on earth to bring the Rosicrucian stream into consciousness. But I really hate that, you put any Christian on a microphone, nobody wants to kill them. You put Zherka on a microphone, then they go, oh, it's 1920s, it's medieval Christianity. This one touches my heart. This is really touching me. And people hate the truth. They want to kill Jesus for it. I'm telling you right now, if you're in debt, just struggling to get by, you're fulfilling your mission. And In my world, that's beautiful, but I've gotten a lot of emails saying, I will kill you. Stop lying to me that this is not my, I'm like, I'm telling you, you don't know how much good you're doing going through this. And he said, Zherka, do you mean this for someone who's 40 years in debt? Especially someone 40 years in debt. And I never talk to make someone feel good. I don't give a fuck about how they feel. I just care about the truth. I like being free. I like speaking, not my mind. I like speaking away from my personality masks. You know, we all have so many. Andrew Tate has a funny one. He has this one. I could be funny. I could be an introvert. We have so many as humans. But when I speak from my inner being, I'm telling you, whatever you're going through, no matter the tragedy, it's more than making $1 billion. It's the greatest soul architecture that on the other side, where this dream world actually feels like a minute, feels really short compared to the other side, I get a lot of energy come back to me. You know, a lot of people go, you know, maybe many years later, they'll say, holy shit, I'm enjoying going to work and I'm in debt. And I'm not putting them in an unconscious spell. I'm telling them consciously, just think about it. You know?
Do you think Christ, though, is bearing the cross of all of our karma?
He's the Lord of karma. Yeah.
So if he's bearing all of our karma, why must we have to like be in that zombie-like state and fulfill that karma? Do you know what I mean?
Right. It'll always go back to your soul. So it'll always go back to thinking, feeling, and willing. And we have control of our thoughts. Our feelings are dreams. Our will is asleep, right? Waking, dreaming, sleeping consciousness. This is the threshold. The Christ makes the chains of everything we've done, all the stuff. The reason you can't see behind the back of your head is because that's where you store all the evil you do and you choose to forget about it. We store a lot, especially since fucking high school, right? High school days. I'm talking about we accumulate a lot. And we're working through those karmas, right? That's where in Catholics, don't think of purgatory, but think of the deeds. When Catholics talk about deeds like a ticket booth, that is 100% correct. We're working through those karmas, and the only thing that doesn't harden us more, because when we intuitively feel this, a lot of people instinctively feel it. It doesn't transform into intuition. It's just instinctual. People say, fuck my karmas. I'm Zherka working in a nightclub. I fucking hate my life. I'm broke. The hypergamy is out of control. All this shit. Christ is the Lord of karma. It means all those chains, everything. Karma means you're being pulled downward, right? Like this. All of that gets easier to carry with Christ. That's why the Christ's name is I am. That's why he said anything in my name, meaning you have to trust your I am, not the 1,000 personalities, depending on which video game you're playing, but that core. And that core you can get away from. Like Tate is awesome in his kickboxing. That's a part of the soul too, right? Strength, love it. But the more Tate runs towards knowledge and getting rich, and he gets away from the inner being, which is really like, you know, those guys who do shrooms and they do inner work rapidly, which is not healthy. I mean, studies show it can be healthy, but it's like a one-time thing. If you keep going to psychedelics, you're doing inner work in a rapid speed, which means schizophrenia. It could break you. It could fuck your ego up. A lot of people think you just have to, you know, let's say you get initiated with a tribe. They give you a special mix of psilocybin, right? And you go through your shamanistic journey and you're on your own 2 feet in the jungle alone. And it's the most terrifying thing you'll ever experience. But you find that inner core of yourself through that experience and you come back a man. This is initiation science. You cannot keep doing that. Most people, the way they initiate into the mysteries of spirituality is they take shrooms with their buddies. And some of them have some good outcomes and a lot of them keep going back, right? Have you ever seen someone who's introduced to psychedelics? You can get all the billions of dollars they have looks really boring to them. They're like, what is this world? Like they get really, it's like the Silicon Valley guys.
Brian Johnson just did that.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's, when you're in that, even let's say 10 minutes of anything spiritual, everything on this side is a shadow and it's dry and you're like, ooh, I want this side. But that's Luciferic because you're not conscious. If you can enter that world, I'm not saying, you know, Some people have to learn with their buddies, like whatever you have to do, go do. But all of spirituality, the only reason you're on earth till 72 years old is you're trying to awaken moral imagination. When your thinking becomes alive, a lot of people's thinking is a stream of words. That's not genuine thinking. That's dead thinking. That's how people spiral, because then the stream of words can either be positive or negative and you're fucked, right? But when you're away from the stream of words, when there's no thinking and it's just intuitive, it's your instincts, I want to have sex with her, and it's evolving into moral imagination, moral inspiration, moral intuition, I want to marry her. That's how it works. And it happens over many years. For some people, 20 years. You know, that's why the first marriage doesn't go so well. But you're on earth to enliven your thinking. All real spirituality is not visionary states, nothing unconscious, no trance states. In olden times, that was okay. But towards ego consciousness, everyone's face has changed. Everyone's differentiated. You have to be conscious with all of your spiritual work, your inner work, your meditation, all of that. And you can speed run it. A lot of people speed run it with shrooms. I don't think any of those people ever sound like me on a podcast. I think those people sound like fucking morons. When I hear like Joe Rogan's like for 40 years. I love Joe, put me on Joe, but Joe always says, what is shrooms? It's like a thing and you take it and you go to another world. And we know what shrooms are. We can go to Dr. Rudolf Steiner, the greatest Rosicrucian who wrote the Fifth Gospel. We can go into studies, and fungi and shrooms are an in-between stage of plants and animals. And it's a dying thing, but it is genuine spirituality in that. That is a 1,000% spiritual experience. But the higher deva experiences, you're not going to get. You're going to get your astral experiences, meaning everything all your traumas, you have to work through all that before you go into the higher world, the real experience. Now, most people, when they expand their etheric body by taking psilocybin, they don't realize that, all your trauma, whatever happened to you, that stuff will get addressed before anything cool happens. And that can break you into schizophrenia. That can make you jump off a bridge. It's extremely dangerous. That's why people say, I was in a good place and it was the best thing ever. I think I figured out the secrets of the universe. And they don't even talk about religion anymore. They just do the right thing after it, right? That stimulation's great. It's awesome. I genuinely think if you do it more than once, and even once is like, let's say we got kids from 10 years, 10 would be too hard nowadays, but let's say 20 years old for 10 years till you're 30, just like in the gym, you go to the gym, you see fat, ugly, skinny people. It's the same thing in the meditation world. There's people who are bad at it. They've been doing it 10 years. Those people terrify you. I wasted 10 years of my life. There's people who are okay at it. There's people who try and fuck women with it. There's so many fucked up people in that kind of world, and they don't realize. They think they're doing things out of love. They don't realize if they're on the middle path. So fuck all meditators. I'm saying the people who are good at meditation. These people do not go to psilocybin because they know all of spirituality on earth, evolution has to be conscious. If it's ever even slightly unconscious, you can get filled up with a lot of spirits that go through you, like to show you picture consciousness images of something that happened to you a long time ago. I was tormented by these images. We all have random thoughts.
What were you shown?
I was working like warehouse job, and to see me as an old man still working that job freaked me the fuck out so hard, turning 21 years old, no life, no money. And I said, okay, I think I'm going to break into the deepest unconscious state and do my inner work rapidly. All of the drugs, put them all in me. And that's self-aggression, right? That's what depression is. It's like, put it all in me. And I morph. I totally morph. And all my buddies did it. They all fucked their whole lives up. I fucked my life up for like 5 years. And it was like so fucking awesome. Like to jump into hell was, because I can't see the warehouse anymore. I can't see the boxes. I can't see that old lady, Linda, yelling at me, and all my buddies are in college and I dropped out of college. I'm working with boxes. Jumping into hell was like There's people who have copied me and died doing what I did. There's, extreme measures. And, I always said I'd be strategic. I wouldn't just shotgun it little by little by little and then become the worst guy in my city. And I'll never get those years back. Memory is the most powerful spiritual power on earth. If you're doing drugs, alcohol, or anything that takes away from your memory, people hate me when I say this, by the way, anything that takes away from your ability to remember, which is linked to remembering yourself, the deeper self, not the external, anything that takes away from your memory is fucking raping your life so bad. Some people don't remember the breakfast they ate. Some people, that's why I have so many techniques on strengthening memory. And people are like, well, can I do this with weed? I'm like, okay, are you conscious when you're smoking weed? And they're like, kind of. Well, like for minutes, but I drift. And I'm like, some people drift for 10 years and then they go, weed sucks. Wasted 10 years. Like to me, that's worse than getting jumped with 10 guys with knives. Like, you know what I mean?
Every time you fuck up, like life is trying to teach you something, and alcohol keeps you from learning the lesson often. Weed keeps you from learning the lesson. It puts you in this state where you are able to have the memories and make the conclusions that you need to move on. What do you think is the spiritual significance of the eyes?
Right. What do they say? That it's the window to the soul. But
I know you think more than that.
Yeah, for sure.
Because when you say in your story about the shower where you did the prayer and you felt like prey.
Yeah, when you say it like that, it really sounds like a porno. It sounds like some fucking, you were in a shower.
But you had a black eye.
Yeah.
Why do you include that? Hey, really quick, if you're a fan of this podcast and want to support free speech, I just launched a Patreon and it's only $8 for the first 300 people. When you join, you get access to all my episodes uncensored, early, and ad-free, as well as the chance to ask each guest that comes on my podcast a question, and we'll say your name. We also have some cool behind-the-scenes footage, unreleased episodes, and once a month, I hop on a 45-minute Zoom call where you can ask me anything you want. So if you want to check it out, just go to jackneel.com/Patreon or scan the QR code on screen. And look, I get it. If you're someone who doesn't want to pay for extra content and ad-free podcast, I put a 5-minute section from this episode exclusively on Patreon, completely free. Again, jackneel.com/Patreon. Anyway, guys, back to the podcast.
Because it was the lowest point of like, you're working a job that it felt like, you're in a big scuffle with a bunch of dudes for $12 an hour. And these scuffles, nobody wins, but the security never really wins because we're trying to hold them down. They're trying to punch us in the face. We could throw some punches back just to get them off us, but eventually you're holding someone by the ropes and his buddy just boom. It's like you're always fucking the herbivores versus they can spawn different characters. These gangsters jump, punch, run out the ropes. You're not allowed to leave the ropes. What do you want to get fired? Chase someone down and fight them? And you'll get jumped by their boys. So it's like, I always said, I'm like, to my team, right? I would hire the team. I was like second in charge, but I would hire the guys. And I'd always say, we've gotten pretty good at these losing battles. And I think that inspires them to feel badass and cool. They all look at me like, fuck you, I hate my job. We all had that look where it's like, we hate our job. I swear it's not the fighting part. I feel like you can start to enjoy that any which way once you're in there for a couple of years. The worst part is the $12 an hour where you're a loser when you're done. We felt they were ashamed of their jobs, but I was like, I'm a bouncer. I have a job. My buddies are in college. I have a job. I'm full-time bouncer. And I was like, it was my identity. I cannot believe Donald Trump. What does he want? Yo, I'm on a podcast. I can't talk right now. See, I've been in so many street brawls that my family gets anxiety.
Hopefully we're not going to war with Iran.
My brother calls me 5 times a day because he always thinks I'm going to die. Because my family is traumatized with the lifestyle I've lived for the last 7 years, or I'd say less, but I had to pick up that call. Just say, hey, I'm on a podcast, leave me, because twin brother, he's going to get bad sleep. So, because I hate people who answer the phone.
It's your twin?
Yeah.
There's a guy out there that looks just like,
no, fraternal. He's fraternal. We're fraternal, yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Doesn't look
spiritual
like me,
significance of the eyes.
Right, right.
I know you have more nuance to it than windows to the soul.
No, I'll go crazy on this one. No YouTuber, podcaster, Joe Rogan has talked about what are we seeing when we look at space and time. Like when we're looking at this warehouse, what are we looking at? What is the sky? What are the mountains? There's some flat earthers who talk about this. There's all sorts of people say we're this, we're that. When you're looking out into reality, you're actually looking inside of a retina. The earth is an embryo, and the earth has to go inward towards spirit. That's why pure inwardness is the sun. This earth has to, over thousands and thousands of years, through moral thinking, feeling, willing, rise and become inward and turn into this spiritual haven that we are like on the treadmill pushing it forward. And this gets really involved. And this is where Christians hate me because they don't like medieval Christianity. They like modern Christianity. And so I'm not going to get too involved with this because it's so hard to defend yourself if you have limited time.
Your belief is mostly Rosicrucian, right?
Well, I wouldn't say belief. It's a science. Spiritual science is real science. I don't believe in regular science. Like, sure, yeah,
Is that Masonic?
No. It's the Essene tradition of Christians evolved into the Holy Grail tradition of Christians. And a lot of these guys would get slaughtered by, the church gaining more and more power. And then it eventually evolved into the Rosicrucian tradition. And I don't promote anything old school because Christianity is evolving. That's why modern Christianity is it doesn't really help anyone. I mean, sure, yeah, if you're on low levels of consciousness, never come to me. Get the fuck away from me. Stay with scripture. But higher levels of consciousness actually need why is scripture saying this? They need the medieval lesson. And they're like, why would scripture be esoteric? Jesus Christ spoke in parables. So different layers of consciousness actually got the truth in different levels, right? It was kind of like breadcrumbing you into evolving, not forcing you. And eventually it becomes the 1920s, Rudolf Steiner stream of consciousness that we're trying to, I don't want to say wake people up because that implies that it happens, you wake up and no, it means you are on a journey with yourself until the heart in your chest fucking explodes. And that journey has to be through freedom. You cannot become a good little church boy if your dream is to play football. It's impossible because you can do that and you build such a large shadow that you start cheating on your wife, morally degrading. You didn't get to do what you wanted to do, what you incarnated to do. You wanted to do that thing. And so this is very different from modern Christianity that says...
What did you want to be when you were 12?
When I was 12, I think it was a firefighter because they were masculine and courageous. But I was a gamer, so it was like an illusion. It was like, I want to be the cool guy. I want to be like Goku and Vegeta.
You really wanted to be a firefighter?
Yeah. My brothers were even setting me up on that path. They'd get me to volunteer at certain places to build up the volunteer stuff. And then they wanted a diploma from where I'm from. And that's why I dropped out of college. I'm like, bro, I have to study. I'm failing everything. I'm spending $500 on a textbook. I'm never going to become a firefighter. So I jumped into the fire of the world. I was like, I'll be Zherka. That's a type of firefighter. But I start the fires.
What fire do you feel like you're fighting now?
Yeah. I would say at my age, it feels like, because 21 to 28 is this Saturnian return where everyone you meet in your life, all the most interesting people, everyone you're tied to karmically, everyone you resonate with, 21 to 28, some people 21 to 30, but most of the time the meat and potatoes is 21 to 28 years old. That is the fire years, the fire trials. A lot of people lose loved ones there and all that shit. That is the fight years. I've passed that, so I don't feel like I'm in that kind of a fight where I'm being tormented with my karmas and what I have to do, the inner work, the career, all this stuff that's like, let's be honest, some days all of us here think to ourselves, why the fuck am I even going to work? There's a fucking beach right there that's beautiful, and it will never look like that again. In 500 years, the earth will keep evolving like the embryo that's growing with us. It'll keep evolving. And so when you see a tiger, you're never going to see that tiger again in nature, ever. You go to the zoo, which is kind of cruel, right? Go see the tiger in the forest or in the jungle if you're not a pussy. But when you see a tiger, they're going to be gone too. You're participating in the deepest art project ever, where everything has meaning. Monkeys will never look like monkeys. Certain animals will go extinct. Other things will differentiate, evolve. And we're talking about Dr. Steiner's evolution, not Charles Darwin. So Charles Darwin says we come from monkeys or apes or last common ancestor, where Dr. Steiner says all animals on earth are your instincts, desires, and passions displayed into the external. That's why when you look at a lion, you see pride. That's why when you look at instincts, you see your mechanical, depressed thoughts, like I'm a loser. Every animal on earth is you. It came from you. The spiritual you, not this fallen into matter, but it's connected. We're going back upwards, right?
You know, when you do DMT, you see reptiles, you see insectoids.
Yeah.
I was
Machine
thinking about
elves.
that concept. Yeah. It's all very kind of what you're saying. Like, it would make sense that would be where your conscious goes.
I'm just super against DMT. That's a 15-minute super experience.
It's just 5 minutes.
You've done it?
No.
Okay, there you go. Why won't you do it?
I would have to really trust the person giving it to me, you know?
Or trust that you are totally sound back in there. Most of Joe Rogan's success is, the karmic fruits that he's built up towards. Like at 55 years old, a lot of people have a best-selling book. Because it's not that they popped off at 55, it builds, the fruit builds and then it blossoms and explodes. So most people who have a best-selling book are around that age. That's why I say never give up. Like, you can always make it later, and sometimes that's better than making it like a Disney star and killing yourself like at an early age. Or 25 years old, best age to pop off in my opinion. It's different for everyone. But I think a lot of Joe Rogan's success is not just his moral fruits that are ripe, it's also because the DMT experience he went through, and I'm not saying do this for success. You guys will destroy your lives. I think Joe Rogan he has a moral core to him where he can survive an experience like that and gain immense amount of freedom from it. Do I think the average Zoomer has that? Fuck no. If you watch Aiden Ross, you watch Kai Cenat, if you watch, I love Speed, but if you watch Speed, if you are a watcher of other people's lives, you have some really fucked up shit that's going to pop out. And let's not forget that schizophrenia is people breaking into the spiritual world, but without the moral inner work done. And by moral inner work, I don't mean you can't hang out with strippers. I'm around strippers all the time. I'm not a saint. Moral inner work, I'm saying, is you're in the world with a fucking conscience, which is so weird that I've met so many cokeheads that would do things that I wouldn't do. And I'm like, how did you lose the inner voice? And they'd be like, I don't know, I just did this, I did that. And that level of spirituality, that's what drugs are, is high level spirituality without the training. That's why Percocet feels Buddhic. It's a Buddhic plane where you're entering into a Buddha state. When if a doctor gives you Percocet, the first time you take it, you go, I'm enlightened. I have no karmic pain. Nothing is pulling me down. I feel not lifted. Everything's off me. All the weight is off me. That all drugs can be experienced through meditation, or every single state. And most people don't even go that way, right? They'll stay in the middle. But all drugs is high level voltage. You're burning yourself out, pouring tomorrow's energy for today. And that's why a lot of people don't realize that cocaine is ego consciousness, stamping into you, right? From the astral to the etheric into your physical, boom, you're willing things into the world, right? Right from the all is mind, the thought, the world thought. And all of these alchemical formulas, I take this drug, I take Percocet, I take cocaine, you are genuinely experiencing your spiritual powers that you're here on earth to develop at a rapid pace, and you don't have the sense organs developed enough to hold the voltage, meaning you're going to want more for less, and you're going to freak out and enter into luciferic states, because the soul splits into two a lot of the time in the world when you see it. There's a lot of people who like to stay in Venice Beach surfing all day. They never get anything done. That's a luciferic. They're dreamy, they're lovey, they're dovey, they're kissy, right? They're very nice people too. That's what it's luciferic, meaning it's light that's fallen, right? You're supposed to keep the light like you're thinking high. And then there's Andrew Tate cold calculative types. They're inwardly dry. They, instead of maxing out love, they maxed out money, material. And so that's an harmonic force, technically, but you guys call it satanic force. And I'm not saying satanic the way people use it. I'm saying not in a Halloween-y sense, that sometimes being satanic, cold and calculative at the workplace, right? It gets you a higher paycheck, you know, and humans make those trades every day. And then some people do that for 10 years, don't call their own mom. Who do you have to blame is the satanic force, right? Yourself. And some people become luciferic, you know, and you can see a businessman and a dude with a surfboard crossing the street, walking. Those are the only two paths humans can go. If they stay in the middle, the Christ force, you will have everything in this world, that not everything like Tate, everything that makes you more whole. It's still a struggle, but you can manage. It's always in the balancing act. That's why people are like, oh, I don't party because I'm a Christian now. I'm like, okay. I don't say anything, like let them learn, but they're building a shadow. They're going to cheat. They're going to cheat on their wife.
Yeah. Do you think not wanting something is as good as having it?
No, I think having it is better. And I know what you're saying. Like, and not when you don't want something and then you get it, it's awesome. And a not wanting thing state is bliss. However, a lot of people use that to justify their Buddhism, meaning they're trying to leave the dream world. They just want to, we have evolved away from the Buddhic path, where in the Buddhic path, it's like, this dream is a little rough. Let's back out by meditating all day. And, you know, it used to work. That was an enlightenment path. However, now our task is to spiritualize matter, meaning, let's say you get what you want, the love of your life. It's better to stay with her than not want her every single time, because your thinking, feeling, and willing will generate so much love for the people around you, which will have this compounding effect in your tribe. One of them gets a viral video. Now millions are affected by that. That level of love that comes from the I is so much more important than learning detachment. Although, to be balanced, you have to love your wife in a detached way where she's free to do whatever she wants. The strongest marriages, they're not like the relationships I'm in. Like, bitch, stay here, right? I'm evolving slowly. But the strongest marriages are, she can do whatever she wants. I can do whatever I want. There's enough freedom, which is separation, and love, which is unity. When these things are in perfect harmony, she never cheats on you. And you don't cheat on her. But you guys both have license to do whatever the fuck you want. And these are the strongest marriages. And they don't ever verbalize it, because even smart people are stupid. They don't sound like me. The strongest friendships you'll have is friendships of freedom as well, where your buddy doesn't have to hang out with you, right? But you guys are generating this loving force together. So it's like, do whatever you want. Go hang out with those guys. I hang out with these guys, but we always keep reconnecting. This is the only thing you should be doing in every relationship. Maximize the other human's freedom, maximize unity, love. That's it. And
I never thought I'd hear a red pill guy say that.
Yeah, it's funny because red pill is like how I pull them in. I was like, Jesus Christ, take this. And they're like, bro, I came to you for red pill. And I'm like, yeah, red pill is beautiful for a 21 to 28-year-old that is going through that phase of dating.
It's necessary.
Heartbreak and stuff. And by the way, this is going to get me a lot of hate, but we are actually in the part of evolution where instinctual karmic marriages are no longer available. Now it's emotional marriages, meaning everyone you know is going to go through multiple divorces, including older boomers. So we're in that part, and in future love stages, we're going to enter into freedom. She does whatever she wants. She's still hyper loyal. I'm still hyper loyal. That's the future where we're rendering to that. We're still loading, but we, for the next hundreds of years, are going to go through, I'll just say this. You're going to interview me in 10 years and be like, the divorce rate is fucking insane and you predicted it. And you know what's interesting is, I remember with my dad, I was like at the table as a man finally with my uncles and everyone in my family, and I'm like, that bitch is going to take half your money, because they're saying, when are you getting married? I'm like, that bitch is going to take half my money. Fuck that. I take the masculine position. I don't want to get married. And my dad quietly said, a real man would just make that money back.
Right.
And I want to go jump my dad and fight him. I was like, how did that sound more masculine than my position? Oh, because he's answering it not from a cold, calculative sense. He's saying, go out and enjoy your incarnation, learn your fucking lessons. And he doesn't know he's saying this, but he's pretty much saying, like a lot of people listening to me, yeah, go get married. But I always say, if your woman doesn't want to marry you because you don't want to do it with papers, you don't want to lose half your stuff, I don't think that's real love at all. I've met so many women that'd be like, okay, I'd marry you even if I don't get anything, right? And I'd be like thinking to myself, that is freedom. She's allowing me to have my resources, because my resources go back into my karmic task with, moving my tribe forward. Not every tribe, just my tribe forward. Everyone should take care of their own tribe first, because you have talents there. Not that if a hobo came up to me, a homeless guy needs help. It's not like, hey, you're not in my subscriber. It's not like that. It's more like, if your talent is playing basketball, there's your tribe. Start there. And you're thinking, feeling, well, just thinking. We're really looking at your thinking. When your thoughts transform, you enter moral imagination, and this is growing up, which a lot of parents never reach that stage. Like, I'd say 8 billion people on Earth, and I think 1 million people, maybe 1 million people on Earth are at the level of moral imagination. And that sounds so evil, because you're like, whoa, how many of these people are in layers of unconscious states? It's not evil. Trust me, if you knew what I knew, you would feel confident. You have heaps of time, like heaps of time, so long as you're not wasting it. For example, like, making money is fine. The only thing I check with my guys is, okay, my student, are you inwardly dry? And I don't really have to ask. I can see it. You can see when someone's dry, when they're just, okay, I have the millions of subscribers, and it feels boring. Life is not boring, especially your life. Anyone listening to this, life is not boring. Boredom is when the soul cannot find a reason to love the world. So it's like, I step out, and that's where everything spirals from that bored state. And people talk about it like it's just like a thing that happens. It's like, no. The thing you do every day in your career, let's say you love your career. You're supposed to love it, by the way. Or else you get, there's a lot of people who get rich and they become alcoholics and they fuck their whole lives up. They don't love what they're doing. It's so obvious. But if you hate your life and you're inwardly dry, I swear to God, I want to enter this karmic stream with you. I want to push you off the ledge. Quit your job. I don't give a fuck if you're homeless at all. You will be free. And that's what I did. And that's what so many people have done. When you jump off that cliff, you're like, wait a minute, I'll plan on the way down. Don't jump. I'm saying, like, metaphorically, mythopoetically. But when you quit your job and you're no longer inwardly dry, you can see the fucking butterflies again. You can see the stuff Andrew Tate doesn't see. You can see what Joe Rogan only sees when he's on shrooms or whatever the fuck. When you start seeing higher levels of being all around the world, the seagull looks beautiful. You go, that is your trade. Yeah, you lost your job. Figure it out. I don't give a fuck what you have to do. And this pressure of finding the new thing to do, the star is born right there. But if you stick to your job and keep getting inwardly dry, I don't think scrolling or even buying my shit or listening to me, none of my knowledge will affect you if you don't have being. You're inwardly dry. You have zero consciousness, right? And a lot of people, most of people's parents are stuck at high school levels of consciousness, which is kind of sad. Like people are like, well, my dad's so smart. He's an engineer. I'm like, him too. You can only see higher levels of advanced spiritual work when you see someone's think. I like Zherka's thinking. When he's feeling, it doesn't sound like red pill. That sounds like red pill stupid as fuck. This guy's awesome. And when he's willing shit, it's some of the best content ever. We love this shit. But I'm rich in the tripart soul. I'm not just rich in the money part, right? Which is funny. You see a more balanced person like me who's done the work. We always have much less money than someone like Andrew Tate, maxing out one stat. But I would make the argument that...
you think you're richer?
No, I'd make the argument that you have to become like Tate and overdevelop one side to later be forced to see the other side. And, he could sit down here and say, Zherka, you haven't developed this enough. You have potential. He would 100% be correct. So when I'm like dissecting someone, like when people hire me, they're like, okay, dissect me. This is my life. They always think like I'm judging them. Like this kind of work makes people think that I'm some kind of sent from God type of man. I'm a human like anyone else. People who feel connected to what I'm saying can actually go unconscious and become a caricature of me. That's the dangerous part. It's like you're not bringing what you came to do on earth. Have you seen guys who, they start more, I like Clavicular. He doesn't morph into a Zherka. He's his own thing. That's individuation. That's what we want to see.
So I'm going to give you a name, and I just want you to give me one word to describe these people.
Black.
Candace Owens.
One word, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, this is too easy. We're getting you banned. This is so violently easy. Pretty.
Destiny.
Destiny. A woman's name. A stripper, an ugly stripper's name. Destiny.
Ben Shapiro.
Warhawk, evil, wants to kill babies, supports it. Free Palestine.
Sneeko.
Cuck.
Nick Fuentes.
The first time I felt like I met a human in the industry was Nick. He is so fun. Forget the political stuff. I'm just saying, like, when he has your back. When I came on the scene, holy shit, did he have my back? He didn't have... Well, where in scripture, where in the Bible does it say you cannot do cocaine? You guys got to shut the fuck up about Zherka. And I posted the clip and I remember watching, I'm like, just say cocaine is bad. Why is he defending me that hard? Wow, that is from the first few weeks. And it's like he sensed that I watched him for years. We got on Twitch at the same exact time. I get banned hard. I was way worse than him. Then he got banned a week after on the Sargon of Akkad Trainwrecks podcast where he destroyed Hassan Piker, which was my enemy at the time. And I remember seeing Nick and I was like, we will never see a human being like Nick for thousands of years. Like the virgin thing is moral authority more than anything. And it's not, when you're a virgin, you could be repressed, which is super dangerous. He is a sublimated. He is all into his mission, all into his karmic task. When you're all into your task, it's not repression. But if you're staying home, not having sex, that's repression. That deepens your shadow. It makes your desire body ravenous. Like people say, how does Nick not watch porn all day and destroy his life? He has a fucking mission.
Right.
You can't even get horny when you have a mission. All that energy is going upward. So yeah, Nick's the best.
What's the one word for Nick?
Saint. He is, I'm not saying saint like Francis of Assisi or anything. I'm saying in the modern context, you see how regular people live their lives? Dude, Nick gets up and thinks he's doing the right thing every day of his life. And that comes with serious karmic issues too, that people go to kill him. he brought that on himself because he chose that path. And I think that he's awesome. He's just, and it's interesting how, I don't know if he's brainwashing me or if we just have, I've always wondered, do I have all the same political takes? Because people said, watch Nick, you're going to love him when he first came on. And I was wondering, I'm like, do we have the same exact political takes, even future ones? I know he's going to say stuff, or is he pulling me towards his take? And I've always felt like I say it with my friends, and my friends send me a clip. They say, Nick said it. Nick has this position. Nick has that position. And I'm like, politically, he makes so much sense. But a lot of people say he's insensitive to immigrants, and I don't see it. I've seen him laugh, eat, party with immigrants. I don't see any of that shit. That's, to me, it doesn't look like Nick hates black people. He's a little afraid of them, and fear. What's funny is fear is suppressed hate, but I'm not talking about that kind of fear. I'm talking about like, we're in Compton. Like, we're all kind of afraid here, right? I'm half black. It could get crazy.
Albert Pike.
Genius. I think he was a genius. I think a lot of the people who were in the early stages of building America were geniuses. But yeah, I don't know too much about his personal life, but yeah.
Adam 22.
Oh, I've already used Cuck. Adam 22.
What's his last name?
Grand Mason. He put me on. And he's with the Clintons. That's even more. But no, Adam 22, I'd say CIA. That'll get clipped, right?
Andrew Tate.
He's smart. He's business smart. He made like hundreds of millions of dollars. So that's, also gay. Like when he said, I swear he said this on a podcast, everyone forgot. And I'm not saying this to promote our fight, right? Our $3 million fight on Misfits. But he said he was grabbing the keyboard, and the girls that were doing the webcam business, they were not getting the men to ejaculate and spend more money. So he would literally type for the girl. The girl would just play with her boobs and all that. And I remember him bragging about that. These suckers, I'm taking all their money. And I'm like, you're making a Pakistani man ejaculate for millions of dollars? And every comment said that was based. And so I remember thinking that's gayer than fucking a man, because it's millions of men he's connected to karmically, right? So I think if Tate could take one thing back, he'd take how he started his first business. Like that is, imagine going to bed every night. And I don't think he even thinks about it. He just throws it in the back of his head.
I Show Speed.
Free. I love that kid. Since day one, I'm like, a freedom incarnation. You don't see these. Like, when's the last time we saw a freedom incarnation? Like the last one, JFK. It's like, I'm not putting Speed with JFK politically. I'm saying he's doing exactly what he came here to do. He's generating love throughout the day. That's why he's getting rewarded immensely. It's all built up. You could see Speed doesn't even get distracted by whores, like Kai.
Rogan.
Joe Rogan. I've always felt he's a good person. Even when I'm mad, seeing him argue with someone, maybe I don't agree with something, maybe he's a little too left here. I've always felt like you want Joe to see you in a tragedy. He will help you. Not Steven Crowder, Joe. Not anyone else in that industry. He seems like a good dude. But
you can tell a lot about a podcast host by the way their guests act when they're on the podcast.
Yeah.
It's like, I feel like he brings out this certain honesty in people because he himself is so honest and authentic to how he's living.
For me, it's always, if they have hundreds of millions of dollars and still with their wife and kid with no scandal, to me, that's like, you have a lot of temptation there, Imagine $100 million Joe has. You'd think he'd think like, oh, I've been short, I get to fuck bitches now. Nah, he went to comedy, he did his own thing. He seems like a good person, If you give me hundreds of millions of dollars, I'm never getting married. What the fuck? Joe is just a good person.
Trump.
He's a dog, man. He is the dog. And not just because he's born in the year of the dog. Trump
Like
is...
you, right?
Well, way better than me.
No, your year of the dog too, right?
Yeah. And I love Trump because he's got that dog in him where, have you ever seen a fighter that's not a fighter? Like they asked Trump, hey, have you ever been in a fight? He's like, no, but you feel that he's the true fighter. We don't give a fuck about Michael Chandler and all these MMA fighters. When Trump walks in a room, you go, this guy's fighting with the whole world and winning. That is the most badass shit I've ever seen. Do I think that he has a lot to answer for? Like sin-wise? Holy shit, he took on a huge task. Like that is... No one gets the job done correct. Not Putin, not Trump. Like, at that level, it's like... But yeah, Trump will always be my favorite president of all time. You know, the only thing is why I have to publicly say I don't support Trump politically. I support him as a masculine figure for young men, but any war hawk attitude, and I'll always pull out. And I know exactly what that does to my soul. So I'll always, hey, we're going to bomb this country. I pull out, right? I'm not talking about Venezuela and shit. I'm talking about the Palestine stuff. That should have been ended way quicker. And then he said something about Netanyahu being a moral human being. And I was like, I don't want to be linked to that karmic stream. This guy's fucking up immensely. But young men looking up to Trump, who doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, versus Andrew Tate, I think young men get way more imitating Trump than Andrew Tate.
There's like the representation of the person in the public persona, and then there's actually who they are, and that's kind of how you're differentiating these two things.
To me, it's the fighter and the part-time fighter. Trump is the fighter. Andrew Tate is the part-time fighter, part-time money-making, whatever the fuck, part-time, doesn't know who he is. And to me, it's like, if you ever want to see an incarnation that is bending the universe to their will, is Trump. Like when he wakes up, he goes, am I playing golf? Yeah. Okay. Am I changing the world? I'll do both. He'll play golf and try and change the world. So he's not like a saint, but he is so powerful. Like I never realized how gay Obama was until Trump came on the scene. And this is not a political endorsement. This is not like, hey, vote here. I don't give a fuck about. I already got my whole fan base to vote for Trump. I've already done what I thought was right at the time. You can never win. You get this guy in office. It's always... But you keep the Democrats in office. I always say, when Democrats win, look at the suicide rate. It's fucking terrible. And how the psyche works is
the suicide rate is higher when Democrats are in office?
I'm saying theoretically, like not look at the stats. I'm saying how many people killed themselves when Trump was in office versus when Obama or any Democrat. It's so obvious that the nation, even if they feel like they've been lied to, they're more engaged, they're more active. I guarantee you started this year and you're like, I'm going to get Zherka on a January podcast and start this shit right. That energy also comes from the fact that Joe Biden is not falling off a bicycle. It has real world effect. When you wake up in the morning, you're like, oh, there he is. He fell again. And fell again. That actually, it's so jester and clown behavior that it leaks into the whole world. When the whole world laughs at the president falling down, you're really laughing at yourself because you are an American. You're connected to everything he does. So you're becoming like that guy. And by the way, how politics works, to enter the Christ force, you need Democrats and Republicans. That's how the psyche works. It has to go one way, then the other, and the truth will always be in the middle. That's what you're supposed to keep doing as we progress, which it's a bumpy road. You know, because it's like they get their way.
Adem Ross, last one.
Afraid. I've never in my life seen a soul more afraid of their incarnation than Adem Ross. Like, whether he makes 100 million, 10 million, whatever is happening, whether he has a girlfriend, whether he doesn't, he always has that look of fear in his eyes that everything is going wrong. He's biting his toenails. He's freaking the fuck out. And all of that self-aggression, depression is actually his will turning in on itself inward. So it's torturing him. He's not active in the world. He's just money, money, money. So that's going to, I predict Adem Ross will have worse mental health than any influencer within the next 10 years. I guarantee you there's not one I've chosen that is, and here's the interesting thing. If you watch him, you're linked to it. You will absorb. For example, like when a teacher speaks, it's not important what they know. It's their being. When the teacher is moral, good person, loves what they do for a living, you learn more. Did you know that? So it's the being too. When you're watching Aiden Ross, you're watching a extremely low level of being with a rulership incarnation, right? The rich boy incarnation. But he is going to depress everyone. Everyone who watches him will be linked to his depression. And you can see it in his eyes. He's highly anxious, neurotic. He's failing miserably inwardly. And you can always see that because externally there's hundreds of millions of dollars, right? And I say this as someone that's like, do I want to see Aiden Ross do better? He's a drag and I fucking can't stand him. I'm a dog. But no, don't look into that shit. Look into Aiden Ross versus Speed. Why would I say Speed is a freedom incarnation and Aiden is the lowest level of consciousness we've ever seen in a streamer right now? Not when he came in. When he came in, he was generating love. You remember that big fat smile he had? So charismatic, so cute. So, it's like a little boy bringing in like rainbow in a beautiful kind of way, energy into the room. And then the gambling stuff starts eating away at his heart. And he's like, then you got Speed. What is Speed? The only thing he did wrong was like make a baby cry. You remember when he just barked in its face? I think that's like the worst it's been. But Speed inspires millions of people. Gambling streamers will all burn. No, I'm not talking about hell. I don't dare judge someone for that. I'm saying on Earth, watch what happens to Aiden Ross and Speed. Compare and contrast for the next 10 years. You're going to be shocked at how much spiritual gunk Aiden's built up compared to Speed. Speed, you can tell Speed has perfect sleep. Kai Cenat has horrible sleep because his girlfriend did that to him or whatever. He's just going through it, which, he has to get away from the knowledge-based streaming to build up his consciousness. That's why he's doing that. But Kai is not a good example. I'm sure he's a great guy. Aiden, horrific example, right? If you're watching a lot of Aiden, and it's fun to watch Aiden. I watch Aiden more than the other two because I'm part of that Kick thing. I started on that Kick thing. So I've seen a lot of Aiden Ross streams. I'll watch a few clips of Speed. Why clips? Because I don't want to be absorbed. Speed is the only streamer that can actually absorb me because I see the world as thinking, feeling, and willing. So when I see someone generating that much love, running around, doing all the things he does, you can see it's like a spiritual thing he's doing on Earth. He's spiritualizing content. You cannot feel sad when you watch Speed because it's just freedom. Which is interesting because later he's going to feel like it's a compulsion to keep up with this content. He's going to want to grow up. So he's going to get out of that. But when you watch Aiden, you get this dark feeling of gambling, like this ugly feeling that it's like, it's not Aiden. He's unconscious. There's demons running through him. Not to make it Halloween-y, but I'm talking about invisible forces of nature, impulses. Do that.
What can you tell about a person by looking at their face? Because I heard you talk about like the repressed energy kind of showing on individuals.
Yeah, if you watch creators, you watch athletes, you watch someone under stress, there's actually karmic pressure on their face from the etheric forces and from the etheric body, really. And you can see when someone's stressed, their face gets extremely puffy. Looks maxers, how they talk about that stuff. They're not actually addressing the spiritual component. Let's say you're a piece of shit, you're doing things against your conscience all the time. You can actually see the face get extremely bloated, puffy. It happens to everyone, especially if it's kind of like an alcoholic. It's not really the alcohol, it's because the alcohol is really sun forces. Those dried grapes and all that is from the sun. So alcohol is spirituality at a too much too soon. Like you're drunk on solar forces, spiritual forces, right? Condensed, fermented, pressurized, and you drink that, you put sun forces, you feel confident, you talk to the girl. This is like bypassing spirituality. It's not good because then you can't do it without it and you need more and it goes like that. And no one talks about what alcohol actually is, but when that voltage gets high, there'll be holes in your auric field. And that's why it's called spirits, because spirits can grab onto your feelings. They can grab a hold of that and make you feel certain things. And That's why alcohol is so fucking bad. I'm telling you right now, everything in moderation, but if you're an advanced player on earth, stay sober. You'll thank me in 10 years, and you'll be drunk sober. There is nothing better than being drunk sober. There's some podcasts with girls where I'm just laughing, having a great time sober. I'm telling you, you can train that like a muscle with everything you're doing. And I get it. Sometimes it's like, oh, I need to stay awake for a couple weeks and stuff, which is horrible for you. Don't ever do that, right? That's how demons can possess you, right? But I'm telling you right now, if you can run an incarnation perfectly sober, but you feel like something's missing, add 30 minutes, be a man, of meditation in the morning without looking at your phone. Nothing can stimulate you, not even sunlight. You have to be in a dark room, wake up, go inward. It is called transcendental meditation. So as more Hollywood guys that like it, I'm talking about like the good guys, not the evil people in Hollywood. And you start learning to dive inward. And this external world starts to feel like a bit more phony and your inner world a bit more real. If you go too far that way, a lot of people don't come back. It's very stupid to go too, always stay in the middle. So when you are done your practice, you go into your intentional suffering, which is your career, not passive suffering. You do that, then your Bible study, bit of Bible and a prayer before bed. If you stick to this, you will have tears saying, I'm cracking out of the matrix. It was free. He didn't charge me anything. He said it on a podcast. It took him a couple of years to say it. He prepped us correctly, but I know where to go. I know who to meet. There's 10 people who want to meet me in LA. No, just Jack. I know exactly my steps. Now, someone like me can easily get distracted and say, no, this podcast is bigger, this one. No. It's not about who has the most clout. It's the two people that transform the room. That will always stick on the internet, and it'll maximize people, helping people.
So that would be your one prescription for everyone watching this podcast right now.
Oh, if I could give one free prescription is if you make spirituality a sport, you will love football more. You will love basketball more. You will, not that you're watching that shit, you're playing it. You're outside actually playing with the ball. You're enjoying life again. And it doesn't feel, same burdens, same problems, maybe even more problems depending on how advanced you are, but you know what's happening, not in a future sense, just in the next step. And I always say the path will reveal itself after you start walking, never before. It will never reveal itself when you're just sitting there. Right? As you start activating your own will into the world, which is the terror of the situation. When you realize how unconscious you've been your whole life, it's the first time that you say, hey, help me. And no human, not even Joe Rogan, he's deeply unconscious too. He's maybe conscious for a podcast, but there are no people on earth who can help you with this. That's why spirituality feels like so terrifyingly alone. That's why people go to drugs, alcohol, and other ways of spirituality, like they fuck with themselves. And it has to feel alone because the kingdom is within. You are given the keys when you have full mastery of your thinking, feeling, and willing. And on Earth evolution, you only can do thinking. So start there. Everything bleeds down from the rest. I think of Saratoga. It inspires me a feeling of thirst, right? A feeling. So I will myself to pick it up. It's all in unison from downstream from thought. If you don't have control of your thoughts, you can have $100 million, and you're unhappy. And then you point your finger and you say, why was Zherka laughing when he was depressed? A bouncer, and when he had money? Oh, Zherka is away from the world. He has his own inner world. And a lot of people want that. There's a lot of women who try and suck my dick because they think my inner world will bleed into theirs. That's not how it works. You have your own inner world. Go grow that. Think of it like a thought takes 7 days to sprout, right, in the beginning. And then you build concepts on concepts on concepts. That's why your feed is so important. It has to be clean. And that's how spirituality works. It's little breaks, little breaks, little breaks. And after 7 years of everything I said, you will progress so much further than someone like Joe Rogan. And a lot of you guys will not even have money from doing all this, but you will have inward peace and freedom. And then there's the more thinking types, they will get the money. The rhythmic guys, they can get lost in music, right? Like carry on my way, they go that way. And the willing types will just start lighting people up in boxing gyms. And that's a Khabib, willing, spiritual type. He's morally progressed. That is his incarnation test. He's like perfect. Then you have someone like Connor, really off balance, but Connor inspired more people. That means he generated more love than Khabib. That's why he's rewarded with how much work he put in. Like Khabib should really have the followers. He's more moral, but it works on love and inspiration.
It's like Messi and Ronaldo.
Exactly. And it's interesting because it always gets balanced out. All of Khabib's success got balanced out with his father getting killed. That's to progress the soul. Souls do that. They tap, when people hate their dad for abandoning them, because, their dad dies of a disease. A lot of people hate their dad inwardly. It's actually one soul leveling up another through the hardest way to do it, but the most necessary way. So when you lose a loved one, it's the greatest gift they did for you. If you don't take that gift, you are a nasty piece of shit. That's why you can't sit around and be depressed for years. The gift has to activate your will. It has to take you to the next level. And if you don't think that there's a part 2 to all this, that is just whatever, you are fucking up everything with money in the bank. You're fucking up everything. I'll say this, I guarantee you Andrew Tate's sick of the money, but he can't stop making it because he's unconscious. He's under compulsion and he's a thinking type. He's very alive in his thinking, but you see, how do you have $200 million? You're promoting dual bits still. Because he needs 250 million. He needs to lose a fight to go to 300 million. When does it end? Are you just going to strip away your whole dignity it never ends with these people.
Something you said a moment ago is that when you have a death or some traumatic event in your life, that's a gift. I will say just from doing this podcast that it seems like when people recount their past and their hardships, like they're often thankful for that thing in hindsight. So It's something to think about the next time something bad happens to you, is that this is a gift. But there are some people who still have like this negative emotion toward it.
Yeah, that's normal.
And they can't really.
Yeah, I don't go up to people going through a tragedy and say, hey, that's a gift. Like, right. I don't do that. I'm just saying that once they've passed the tragedy where they have to move on with their life, on the other side, these souls come right back to me and they go, we're all going to be together on the other side. And a lot of them are going to be like, you're Zherka, you were right. And that benefits me a lot. It's all about, if you want to know the meaning of life, there's a picture you can find on the internet of one candle being lit by another candle. That is the macro task, not the micro task. I'm talking about not what exactly you're doing, but the effect it should have. That Andrew Tate's candle has lit many candles into getting up off the couch and fixing their lives. That's awesome for Tate. Then he does some other questionable things. That's all on him. We're not judging that because he did it to himself. Everyone, that's not free. We know that's not free on that side or this side. When that inner voice, your conscience, is dimming, it's going away, everything you're doing needs to take a seat back. That's all I'm saying. That inner voice is the I. It's not all those masks we have. It's the most important part.
I've wanted to ask someone this on my podcast for a long time, and I've never found someone who I think will be able to answer it. But on this topic of kind of God giving you these things so you can evolve, what do you think God was trying to teach Jesus when he was crucified?
I think you're framing it from what is the Father trying to teach the Son, which is...
It's a weird question because it's like, you can have a
just wrong.
Belief system that is just fucking stupid, but you can also have a belief system where there's something there, because it's like if God really did come into human form,
Yeah.
then there was a human that worshiped God, right? And from that sense, like Jesus had all the things that, like, he was both God and man, so he had all the experiences that were human. So he still had to like learn lessons of life, right? Or do you think he just knew everything?
Well, it depends if you're asking before or after the baptism in the Jordan by John. So for those 3 years, it would be the all. But in the early years, it's building up little by little, showing us how to live a life.
Okay.
By the time of the death on the cross, you know, a lot of people talk about Jesus' teachings, but that's not what happened. That death was think of like a drop of sunlight onto the dying Caligula, dead earth, lifting mankind back up towards spirit in the right direction. What happened there was for earth evolution, and it will never happen again. Jesus Christ is the all without end. And I'm not saying that as a Christian. After this podcast, you should know I'm not like no modern Christian. I'm saying, and I'm not saying like Muslims and Indians got to go to Jesus. Everyone has to go on their own path, morally upgrade themselves with their own religions, but eventually the final answer will be the Christ. The final answer, and it's nothing of how you've been told. Like everything on the shadow side, this side of the world, is very distorted. For example, the number one thing you need to know the Christ is freedom. Whereas a lot of modern Christians don't know that teaching anymore. They think you have to be a moral automaton, doing the right thing, going to church every day, and building up a negative shadow towards Christianity. There's some people who say, I'm so glad I got out of Christianity. I spent 10 years there. I did nothing with my life, just with the pastor and stuff. And I just felt like I'm sinning all the time. Now I have an awesome life. I'm writing books. You're only free because of the Christ impulse, what happened in the mystery of Golgotha. So when that Christian leaves Christianity and becomes free to be creative, to generate love, that's him actually entering Christianity, the early stages. Those guys always come back later, and now they add Christianity with the things that they love to do that's not harming anyone. That's the true Christian. Most Christians on earth are not doing what they love. They're not doing anything. They hate their lives, meaning they're generating the worst thought forms, which bleed out into society. You're going to be fucking responsible for all that too. Look how your life's going. It's going to affect the world. The true Christians are uplifting man towards spirit. That means I see more Christianity in fucking Tom Brady than most all Christian YouTuber channels. Have you seen the preachy channels? They're just preaching all day and they're having debates. Nothing is happening. It's like, what, they convert one dude a year, and some rock star like me comes on the scene and I convert 1 million because I don't dare convert the youth by being a little boring preacher bitch. No, I know exactly what they're going through because I went through it. So I'm going to show them this path and they're going to do it themselves. If you have to play football at the NFL as a Christian, or join the church and become a pastor, and you're really talented in football, that's what God puts you in here to experience, you dumb monkey. And billions of Christians don't understand this. They all think, no, Zherka, what you're saying is evil. Tom Brady has to go back to church. Tom Brady's a beautiful Christian. What scandal is he a part of? Zero.
I think Nick Fuentes has the same belief as you. I asked him on the podcast.
He's a Catholic, yeah.
I said, do you regret not becoming a priest? And he said, I'm a warrior.
Yeah, he gets it. Yeah.
So he wants to transform people. What's your favorite pickup line in 2026?
I don't have pickup lines. I go off energy, right? Like, it's like not what you say, it's the tone. It's the tone that can make something funny, right? But if you're trying to be funny and all that, but I would say the pickup line I used during my Twitch days, I didn't have the check mark. So people knew who I was. I was bigger than the check mark guys, but they wouldn't partner me. I needed a badge on the chat. So I went to every e-girl and picked them up with my bouncy skills. And I was like, nightclub mode, let me get VIP in 500 women's chats. I think I got to 100. I don't remember, but I think this is 2021. But I would always start with, what's your spirit animal? And it's so stupid, but I would, why? I thought you're more of a rhinoceros kind of woman. And I would go into this world of play, and people would be like, why? I'm like, that's what dating is. It's play. You know, if you have no play on a date, it's actually like she's never talking to you again.
What do girls say most commonly to that?
They love like these butterfly and it's stuff that makes them look like fabulous and beautiful.
So put me in the room with you. Imagine I say bunny. What do you say to that?
Where the girl says bunny, that would immediately warrant a sexual hopping joke on dick, right? That's how it always turns into something perverted.
How about butterfly?
I would use MK Ultra. I used to say with my chat, but she wouldn't get it. My chat would laugh. She'd be like, he has a chat. Oh my God, they like him. They're laughing at, what is MK Ultra? She Googles it. It would always, I got so 100+ VIPs and people are like, so you talk about nothing with women? And I'm like, bro, most people talk like it's an interview for politics, societal shit. That stuff scares her, right? That's why I say, I'm like, think of being, just consciousness. If you're like an older brother archetype, there's so much room for you to develop with this woman, because an older brother is funny. They make you laugh. It's all play and all that. And it's a little incestuous. It's beautiful, right? But now check this out. A lot of guys are convinced you have to get to know her, but you're not actually getting to know her. You're getting to know her college or what she does for work. And that stuff is not her. And she doesn't even want to identify with that stuff when she's out in the real world. She wants to drink, have fun, party. So you're reminding her that she has to go back to work. And you're like this, it's like a job interview. That's the worst way to talk to a woman. I think Tate does better. Sneeko does good with women, if you've seen him, right? Even Destiny, all the cucks do good with women because they are going from a place of play. They're not going from a serious position. That serious position should only be in keeping her safe, nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can learn a lot about like a first date from a woman, of how you should experience life in general, because it puts you in like the most present state, because it kind of puts you in this flight or fight. I mean, that's probably the state where most men are like the most present, is like when they're on a first date with a woman.
Yeah. I remember my first date with a woman. I was shaking, scared at like, I think 19 years old was my first date. And like a virgin, like I just want to play video games. Leave me alone. That's why Nick was so awesome when I saw him. I'm like, oh, he reminds me of the old me. And I remember being shaking, scared on the date. And I'm pretty sure the girl's also scared, but it's not physical. You can't really see the woman shake. But I thought I was the only one on earth that experienced that. I'm telling you right now, all Zoomers experience that, whether inwardly or outwardly expressed. And that's the worst. Your first date is the worst experience of your life. Like, to this day, it's blurry to me. I won't go there. I'll do all my inner work, but that one,
what was her name?
Andrea, and she was from a country that we hate each other. You know, her people hate my people. So it was like one of the funniest, and I didn't know, because it was a Tinder thing. I was like, what the hell? And because I remember my buddy saying, dude, you're 19, you don't go on dates. People do this at 14. And so for me, I'm like, oh shit, I'm becoming an adult. I'm kind of like in my own gaming world. I have to go on dates. I'll go on Tinder. I'll go find something. And it was interesting that I remember saying, I never want to do this again. And imagine an incel, like not good looking, beautiful, smart, handsome, funny, all that, just an incel. How much are they shaking? You know what I mean? So I'm like, this world can get brutally unfair, like blackpilling almost, right? But I genuinely believe if you have a mastery, you're developing something with a mastery, you can find not what you're looking at. You're not getting those Twitter, Instagram, like people think they're going to get women that look like that. No, you're going to get something more closer to, what did they talk about? Red pill, looks match. Yeah, more like that. So the black pill with Clavicular is so awesome, because it's like, why did incels think they can look bad and absorb the red pill? Hey, Zherka, I like your advice, but I don't care about my looks. You don't care about your looks. Yeah, Zherka, you get fat with all those bitches and you have like a big fat hairy guy. You don't give a fuck, so I'm going to do the same thing. I've got other attributes. I can get fat. You cannot get fat. What the fuck are you talking about? I can show up with nunchucks and get the bitch. You could never do that. Why would you look at Zherka and say, I'm copying that fully? But
Did you ever looks max?
For me, looks maxing was, I did the opposite. I did ugly maxing. So I would just take as much steroids at the time as possible. So you get a really fucking ogre face. You start growing hair on your back and beard, and you just ogre max, ugly max. But I was so good looking that I would get away with it. I was like more in the middle of it. And I am good looking. I used the language I was. No, I was a stud. And I would get more ogre and more ogre until all the bad internal stuff happened. Then I said, okay, without all this stuff, we go back to our base form. Let's get lean. I used to call it fuck bodybuilding. Let's go into beauty building. And that was even more chicks. It was fucking awesome than the big ogre guy, right? That was a certain type of chick, right? But it was never looks maxing. Looks maxing is so much more autistic. For me, it was just stopping the ogre stuff and letting my good looks shine, right? I was like, okay, we're going back to normal. And I didn't even notice I was ogre maxing, until you get off the stuff and you're like, oh, I kind of like the mirror. I didn't notice that I didn't enjoy it that much because you're just focusing on bodybuilding and getting big and just the muscles and shit. And I remember thinking to myself when I first saw the looks maxing thing, I said, I love autistic people that they can pinpoint beauty better than thousands of years of all of these organizations and companies trying to tell us what Kylie Jenner should do. The looks maxers have the science better than all of Kylie's fan base. That shows you, I don't want to shit on them. Women are stupid as fuck. Looks maxers was a couple years. I think I was one of the first guys they posted on the forum and they did my review before it was a big thing. And it's like, this guy has this and cheekbones. And I was watching it. I thought it's memes. I didn't know it's real. Looks maxers have the science of being good looking better than Kylie Jenner's whole company. And that's their job. And to me, I thought, whoa, if you put a man in a female's industry, they take the fuck over. And this isn't even like multinational dollar businesses that are doing. Imagine if they got into it. But that was so impressive that like nerds online can break down what a face needs to ascend. Whereas
that's why these guys are so big, because women watch them because they know they have the good advice.
I never thought women watch male channels until I saw a clip and I was like, she's quoting, she knows his whole thing. And I was like, who is this guy? To have a female in your chat is so fucking rare. They never send money. Men send money. My audience, 99.9% male. So to have females in your chat, and then she says she's on these peptides and stuff. And I'm like, whoa, she actually watches Clav. That blew me away. That's like, not only does he have the market for young men, he also gets a shit ton of fat women too, which is like majority of the world. So Clav's potential, just business-wise, is fucking limitless, right? If he doesn't burn out with, the high voltage and all the receptors he's going through, which who knows? Some people have a few years, some people a few months. Everyone responds to going hard in life differently. Or some people respond well. Like I get away with it for so long that I have to start looking for fights on the street. For me, it's outward. Most people will get inwardly so fucked up from drugs that you don't see it. They just kind of disappear and they, jump off a bridge. That's the danger in all this. But I thought that was so interesting that I'm like, we have fat positivity for like a decade almost. Or I don't know when it started. And now we have the counterbalance. So everyone's thinking Zherka's going to make fun of these guys. But I'm not those people. I can see where society's shifting. I know exactly what's happening.
It's because Ozempic, you can make a lot more money off that than McDonald's. That's my take on it.
People always ask me this. They're like, do you want pharmacology to level humans up? Yes. I don't want an obese person running on a treadmill for 3 years like you see them at Fitness World And to me, there's nothing more cruel than you're a fat, obese dude, 3 years eating all that shit, dying inwardly. No one wants to be around you. Everything's horrific. You want to jump, but you're too fat to even do that. You are this obese. I'm telling you, check this out. You are this obese person. And now here comes an autistic kid who says, get him on a GLP-1 right now and keep staying on that treadmill. And this guy loses 200 fucking pounds in less than 7 months. We've seen some freak shit. Or if you look at the new GLPs, they're fucking, I'm not saying they're all healthy. They're not even FDA approved, but it's fucking insanity. These are like rat tests. They're not promoting anything.
It's healthier than, self-harm,
People are like, do you want these fat chicks on Ozempic? I'm like, yes, of course. I want them to get back into ego consciousness. If you stay 3 years obese, I'm telling you, that's not life. I don't know what the fuck that is. That is anything but life. Life, by definition, means rhythm. When rhythm is broken, everything falls apart. That's why there's a lot of people who make a lot of money and they don't work with their hands and they're extremely neurotic and depressed. When they come to me, they go, I make this much money and I want to kill myself for so long. And I'm like, dude, you need to work with your hands. And they go, what? I'm not a carpenter. I'm like, you need to work with your hands every day of your life with something. And sometimes they're lucky. It'll be something like basketball. Some guys are unlucky. It'll be 4 hours of running. I love that too, right? Running 4 hours is great. Some people run for an hour and it's not their full rhythm of what they incarnated into. They need 4. And they get so pissed at me. They're like, Zherka, how come one of your students will have to run for 4 hours to have his soul balance, but the other one only an hour? I'm like, I don't make your body chemistry. You are gifted that body chemistry. You're evolving with it. It's like this. Tom Brady needs to do 4 hours of activity every day or else he'll go insane. That's why he's number one. And people are like, oh, it's because he's hardworking. No, he knows his soul. He knows his rhythm is that much. Some people, if they run for 4 hours a day, they destroy everything. Their business, their relationships. Everyone is different. The moment you say, oh, it's not, you should never compare. No way is like yours. Never compare. But if, let's say 4 hours long distance running, you start to become a long distance runner. There's so many humans on earth that fall in love with running. And they always say the same thing. I always hated it. There's so many humans that start running at 50 and they start doing marathons because ego consciousness has had more time to set in. So they are way more confident in that. You don't know what you love until you do it. Do not think your rhythm is Tom Brady's. There's so many guys that, Zherka, I work out every day with weights and something's just wrong. I'm like, okay, switch to an oxidative pathway just so you can strengthen your etheric body on rhythm. Zherka, I love running. I haven't been depressed in a month. I forgot to even message you. But what do I do with the weight training? I'm like, unfortunately, you are now downsizing because you can't weight train as much. You're occupied with your rhythmic path. They go, but I want the muscles. I want to look good. I'm like, it's not your path. It's unfair, but it's not your path. And they go, oh, I don't want to go back to depression. There's a lot of guys who are in the gym who just think this will solve their depression, but inwardly they're rhythmic souls. They want to run. And you can always tell a human wants to run when they hate it. All humans hate it. They get used to it and they go, this is so much better than fitness. Me, I was like, I loved bodybuilding in the past, but because bodybuilding does not aid in podcasting, right? Actually, if you're going to failure a lot, then you start slurring your words. You start becoming a fucking retard. I haven't done this in like a year and a half. That's why I'm so choppy. It's like the worst I've done on a podcast with just out of practice, but I still dominate because my thinking is awake. I am rhythmic. I have to run, which is kind of gay because bench pressing is so much cooler. But again, there's so many different variations of rhythmic path. Like I always say, don't start with running, start with basketball. Start with something fun, start with boxing, start with this. And it's so interesting that most people find out what they love at 50, 60. That's just horrific. Or for me, it's like I had so much anger because I was a bodybuilder that my style is not built for that. My style is built for something more long-term, something, a bodybuilder incarnation will be like a black guy. He's not obsessed with his thinking forces. He's more into the will. The black guy loves basketball. He generates the most love. He can make millions with that. And people are like, whoa, that's kind of racist. They have the best lives. Imagine incarnating as an NBA star. That's one of the funnest incarnations on earth, not for the bitches, for the game. That's like you're dominating the court and that squeak, squeak. That's how is that an insult? The insult to me is I'm a thinking type. I work with spreadsheets all day. And some people like that. It's so fucking adorable when you see someone who likes that. To me, that's the devil. Like, get the fuck away from me. I don't even do any of my finance. I have everything to someone else, you know? Like, I remember the most money I ever made. I said, don't tell me how much I'm making. They're like, it's been a year. Like, just give it to my brothers. Give it to my brothers. I'm not the soul that looks at the figure, the number, right? That's why Andrew Tate's so cool to me. He's a thinking type that give me the number. Give me the number. Oh, I have to lose a fight to chase Demore for $50 million more dollars. That means more bitches. Okay, I'll go get humiliated. I'll go, you know what I mean? Like he has something that I should be developing. But I've always maintained if you spend 10 minutes a day doing accounting, you spat in God's face. You didn't. Who the fuck on earth incarnated to be an accountant? Like, especially someone like me, that if you're an accountant listening to this, you have to counterbalance after work. You have to do so much to count. Imagine you're an accountant and you don't have a sport afterwards to counterbalance it. You're just in your head. Bro, that's depressing as fuck, right? There was an accountant, I forget who, they became an MMA professional fighter. Or was it Wei Li Zhang? She was a doctor. And she counterbalanced her psyche with MMA, and it turned into her being a pro, signed by the UFC. That's a perfect incarnation. And people are like, what do you mean by perfect incarnation? I mean, they glow. These are like people out there. You'll meet maybe one person in your life that they're a doctor, a basketball player, and good with women, all at the same time. Those people are only knowing themselves. They don't do anything else in the world. They want to go deeper in themselves. That's all they care about. And they don't even know they're doing it. They're just very curious with the gifts they've been given. Those people are so fucking rare, but to me, they're at the top of society because it's not like people can do that, right? You'd be lucky to just become a doctor, right? You'd be, wow, you're gifted. But those people are not gifted in one arena. They're severely balanced. Like why Mike Tyson went from being the most violent person on earth to what is he counterbalancing now? He's now a loving guru, kind of like an old, cute old man. And he's been kind of like, some people say a joke, right? Like he's not what he was. That has to happen for his soul. That's the most he can gain out of life, is that he's the killer and now he's the butterfly. That has to happen. And a lot of people are like, that happened to me. But in my 20s, I was such a bad guy. And then I became really morally upright. For some people, it's the other way around.
Muhammad Ali, same thing happened.
For me, it's really morally upright I enter him into my astral teenage years. I start becoming little bad. Then to hide from the bad boy thing, I would stay as a gamer. And then I built up a nasty shadow because all I want to do is adventure. That's the only thing I care about. Don't tell me how much money I make. I'm on an adventure. Tell me when I'm 70, okay? Tell me when I'm fucking dead. I don't give a fuck. But, which is horrible for people who work with me because they're like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Like, we got to crunch the numbers. I'm like, fuck the numbers. But I'll tell you this. If I didn't balance my soul with knowledge and just stayed as like a brute bouncer, I would be working $12 an hour right now. And so I got so lucky in life where it's like, wow, 8 billion people on earth working jobs they hate. And that's also karmic too, that they have to get through that. A lot of them get burnt by that and then they explode. They become, because, success is not linear. It comes in waves. although it's built up linearly through your linear suffering, your intentional suffering. But if 8 billion people on earth are going through passive suffering states, I don't want to do the job, but I'm just doing it. Passive suffering is, what are you doing? Intentional suffering is, bro, I hate running, but I'm going to become a marathon runner. Why? Because I live on Venice Beach and I don't want to work a job. Have you seen those bums on Venice Beach, but they're shredded? I love those guys. Their soul is so fucking balanced, because you'd say they didn't make any money in this incarnation. They're shredded. So they are going to work, you fucking idiot. They're shredded, they're going to work. If their body is shredded, they went to work. They went to work way more than you did. Are you fucking stupid? And they feel better than you. And they get more attention. And yeah, they live in a piece of shit, but they're not built for the Tate incarnation, right? Whereas Tate needed to experience that. It's like he's starving for it. And Tate's a winner. He got it. Most people need something and they never experience it, right? And you see that, you go to Walmart, you see faces of regret everywhere. And I'm like, what do you tell those people? If you have this conversation with those people, you're evil. That's why you just, hey, what's up, man? You just encourage them to keep going, but you don't stop someone and say, my nigga, you're deeply unconscious. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, and you know what's funny is they awaken towards, I was watching Tom Brady and I felt something. That's when they start getting into football and stuff. And this really has to be built up into teenagers. It's so sad how, like, nowadays teens are scrolling their lives away. Even the athlete teens are not cool anymore. They're like, it's like, what the fuck is this shit? Every athlete teen I see is like, they look really afraid. It's like they're playing basketball to be away from their fears. Whereas I remember watching movies where the athletes were like the mean jocks. That, to me, that was more archetypal. That was more like in the animal kingdom, like the lions and stuff. And which is, it's for those rare types of incarnations, like a Casanova type. There's 3 billion women on earth for me because of the beta generation coming, the Zoomers. So it's like, actually, I'll be tested the most because these guys will never hold on to their women. They're pathetic. And so for me, that level of power is insanity. Most famous people on YouTube, they just famous in their room. Like the most famous people on YouTube, they never even had a rock star phase. They're just kind of like XQC famous and stuff. So to me, that's not even fame. That's like you're in a room with a chat. I don't know what you call that. And I've done that. I loved it at one point. But for those rock star incarnations, it's like, bro, look at Johnny Depp. Totally pissing his life away. Alcoholic. He's, big success, a counterbalance every single time. And then people, my students, when they get huge successful news, they never jump up and down. They don't, yo, Zherka. They're like this. Okay, Zherka, I'm successful now. And I think I'm going to go to a party, but I have to meditate first. And I'm like, bro, you can go have fun, you fucking idiot. Go have fun. Go celebrate a bit. But they don't want to. The looks maxers say cortisol, but I love that they say that because they don't want to fluctuate, right? When you go way too hard into celebrating your wins, you're counterbalancing that nature. It's not... You'll see what I mean when you're successful and you say, okay, this is the next thing, and just move on with it. And that's how your podcast will grow. There are a lot of guys who pop off and they lose themselves in the party world, right? Look at Joe Rogan. He stayed in the middle, number one, $100 million Spotify deal. And I would say he's too much in the middle. You can't be too much in the middle where it's like, I think he's been with his wife. That's it. That's great. But let's say he wasn't with her. I would want Joe just go run around with some bitches for a few weeks, make us laugh, right? Let them throw you around and all that. You know what I mean? Like do something for your inner child as well, and then get married.
Zherka, I do have a couple more questions.
I love how this is the most cocaine-filled podcast without coke. Isn't that proof you don't need drugs? That's proof.
This is a very humbling episode. Some of the most sober people have this energy about them.
I think the atmosphere too. When I told him get a long table and like a kind of a vibe, this is it, bro. This is so fucking just to put me into the zone. Because imagine I was on Fresh and Fit. I wouldn't talk like this. You want to do a line?
Zherka, what's a conspiracy theory that you've never talked about?
I was going to say, I love that my brother is a huge fan of his. So he's watching this and I'm like, bro, this is his best episode with me. Like, isn't that fucking awesome? That's fucking awesome. Yeah, come on.
It's funny.
Bro, your Gary episode wasn't that good. I didn't watch it.
Yeah, he's good for his age. I'll give him that. He's a horse in that way. But what's the one thing that you, Jon Zherka, are not allowed to say?
Nothing. I can say whatever I want. I am free. And I'm here to promote the philosophy of courage. TheZherkaOfficial.com. Jack, free subscription. I want you to join us.
So there's nothing? Not any topic?
From all the dudes on the internet, I feel like I'm the worst for the free speech thing. I'm like, or the best, let's say, but I've said it all. I've even said that I've said stuff to harm me too. Like I've already proven myself.
Okay, I'll give you two questions.
What's something I would
then.
bite my tongue on? I can't think of any. I make suicide jokes too, so I can't even say that one. Like,
you weren't contracted by the CIA to monitor the spiritual states of other influencers, were you?
No comment. I only tell the truth. No comment.
What's a conspiracy theory you've never talked about that you know is 100% true?
Like a more complicated one, right? I think the number one conspiracy I've talked about all of them, but I'm thinking of there's one thing that I don't enjoy talking about, and it's the transmigration of soul. I want to say theoretical works, but it's something that's really touchy that for people who follow me, they get it. But for the modern world, the modern Christian world, is a no-go. It's like it takes 10 hours to explain.
The sirens always go off when it gets to be one of these things, I swear.
Black people, yeah. I'd say there are certain things that I avoid talking about because they give me headaches. Not that I'm afraid. But I can't stand explaining to people what happens after death. You know how every podcast someone says, nobody actually knows. Oh, I know. And many people who have had near-death experiences, they've had a glimpse of it. And I always thought that information would liberate someone, but it actually, no human, no matter how advanced they are, they don't enjoy focusing on that. That's why, that's a topic I hate. Like I'll block someone from mentioning because
what happens when you die, you mean?
Basically, from a medieval Christian perspective, it's a purification thing, more linked to purgatory, very Catholic. And that's what hell would be, is a purification of all your evils before the soul is lifted upwards. And which is extremely different from like what Alex Jones and modern Christians talk about. And I wouldn't even say it's based in Catholic thought perfectly. In medieval Catholic thought, it's 100% accurate. But in modern Catholic thought, it's very confusing. Like Catholics don't really understand what purgatory is. And it's interesting because that's like a huge puzzle piece to why when you look at a face in Walmart, you're not seeing the completed form. You're actually seeing something rendering that all humans are evolving towards their higher selves. That's why, I'll just say this, it's like I love what the church did where they talked about you get one lifetime, because they helped so many people, like, get it done right now. But it's not the complete answer. And this is obviously not for anyone listening. It's more like for that maybe one dude who gets the Christian mysteries in a medieval sense better. And I'm not just saying medieval, I'm talking about 1920s stream with Rudolf Steiner. And it's not something that should be talked about because it turns people off so hard. But if you ever have like, I think Zherka's evil, I don't trust this guy. If you ever have that in your heart, just go to the part where Jesus Christ is talking about what sins did the blind man commit? He was born blind. Is it the sins of his father? And Jesus says, no. If you go to that part and you really dig into there, you will know that a blind man, this is the most evil thing that you can say to someone, but a blind man did it to himself. And it reverberates in space and time, and it does heal eventually. But that process is not something that I should explain. Go to Dr. Steiner's work and go to my people's work. Don't go to me for that. And don't go there believing anything. Just look at it, because belief can be stupid, you know? You should be testing things. Like, people are like, do you just believe in Jesus? And it's like, no, I tested it, you know? And
how do you test belief in Jesus?
You go through things. You experience the Christ. When you experience the Christ, it's never preachy. It's never what those pastors on TV that make a lot of money. The Christ is an inward process that shouldn't be profited from. Like, whatever, even the Catholic Church, you know, I always tell people, if you're going to be a Christian, go Catholics, or this is the closest to perfection. And then the higher level, more evolved version would be look into Steiner's work, which is Catholic work. He's a Catholic mystic. Make no mistake about that. It's just, it can get really involved. Again, forcing Christianity is the worst thing you can do. I think that's what Christians do a lot. And it's like, dude, when people are forcing, like Sonny Faz, he forces that Islamic content on us on Twitter, and it just turns me off. There's even moments where I'm like, do I hate these Arabs? I think I'm starting to hate them. Yeah. Force feeding people shit like that, you have to work with your talents. Nick is a good example. He doesn't give Catholic message, he gives politics, his talent, and then the Catholic stream enters and he inspires people. But if Nick had just a Catholic channel, I would love it. That would be my favorite content. I'm not really into the politics as much as when he starts talking about the Christ. To me, that's the best, but that's why I tune in. And sometimes I even get angry, like, enough with the Venezuela, talk about the Christ. But Nick is working with his talents. That's what he's supposed to do. And here's the thing, if he just stuck to a priestly message, he would actually lose people. He would inspire less people to go to the church. That's, you know, it's like Tom Brady stops playing football. He doesn't wear the little cross necklace. I don't know if he does, but I think he does, right? That inspires less people to transform their soul. And there are, you know, most people do say like, no, Tom Brady has to just go to church and give up football because it is of this world and it's evil. It's like, yeah, it's evil if it's of this world, if you're not spiritualizing matter, if Tom Brady is not using his talent for the greater good, right? It's kind of like the talent thing is so misunderstood. Like, how do some people have talents and how some people don't? It's in Steiner's work as well, that some people's fruits are early and others get them later and they build up more. But everyone is meant to unlock these fruits. And most people, I'd say 99% of people on earth, they just go to work. It's fucking horrible.
And you might not even unlock it in this lifetime, I think is what you're implying.
Yeah. When you say it like that, you're going to see people just attack us. They're like, what the fuck are you saying? And I'm like, go to where I refer you. Don't go to me for that kind of stuff. Right?
Karma pill.
Yeah. And I'm the kind of guy that I've always maintained all you need to do is be a Catholic. I'm not talking like some Indian guy who's doing his own incarnation. Eventually, even the Indians, the blacks, everyone on earth will be a Christian in their own way. And that takes a long time. But if you're a regular Joe, there's nothing better than Catholicism. If you think that's fairy tale shit, go scroll my Twitter and I will convert you. Even if you're a scientist, I swear to God, I've converted all the scientists. And they don't stay with me. They go right back to the Catholic Church. And I'm telling you right now, if it's too fairy tale for you, it's too fairy tale for me. I don't look like the kind of guy that's like, oh, talking snake. But I will show you everything on my Twitter. And this pulls people back into the Christ force. The only problem is there's a lot of people that are like, I don't like your medieval Christianity. I want to go with the modern take. And the modern take could be like, faith, just the rhythmic path. Faith, that's all you need. And these people are monkeys. They look you in your eye and tell you that Ezekiel's bread is talking about a bread recipe. I swear to God, Christians believe Ezekiel's bread is talking about a bread recipe. Go to my Twitter to find out what it is. It will blow your mind, and it's not me making shit up. There's so much mystery language and mythopoetic language and stuff that's veiled in scripture that people think they know. Like, people actually believe it's a talking snake, like a genuine, like, snake on the ground, and which is fucking hilarious. If you ask Francis of Assisi, you ask any Christian mystic from the rhythmic path, these people would laugh in your face.
What do you think it was?
I don't think I know.
What was it?
Every instinct, impulse, desire you have, they come from the luciferic stream within your nervous system, your spinal column. And I'm not going in towards that New Age thing. New Age is fucking retards. I'm saying this is mystery language. The place where people get confused is they think, oh, it's just initiation science of stories. No, Jesus Christ is God, period. And I'm not saying that as a Christian. I swear to God, anyone watches this podcast, they'll be like, that's not a regular Christian, that's something else. Jesus Christ is God. That's period, point blank, that's it. To be more accurate, the Son of God, but you see what I'm saying, that it's like Father, Son, Holy Spirit will be connected in your thinking, feeling, and willing. And you don't have to go into the full details of all this. The one thing you should take away from this is, why is someone who's not a Christian telling me that Jesus Christ is God? That makes no sense.
You're saying you're not a Christian?
Yeah, I wouldn't consider myself like a modern Christian at all. I think they're the most disgusting creatures I've ever seen in my life. Like, what's his pastor's name? I can't stand these fucking... People are like, well, that's just one guy. Most modern Christians are good. They're giving their money to him. I'm not attacking the pastor. I'm attacking the crowd. They're disgusting animals. The average Christian, the average Muslim, the average Buddhist, these are disgusting animals, bro. Like, I think religious people can be some of the most disgusting people on earth because they have such a good shield. I went to church and they cheat on their wives and they do all this fucked up shit. So, yeah, the one thing that if I died today, I would never want to be remembered as like some modern Christian or someone who, he has a religious message. I don't want to be linked to religion or any of that. He's a Christian because then I have to go in with all those guys. And Nick was the only one I liked. I remember when I came on the scene, I said, okay, there's a true Christian. I'm not saying it because he's a virgin or anything. I'm saying because he prays every single night of his life. I don't care if you're doing coke. I don't care if you're doing Molly. I don't care if you're doing alcohol. You should have a spiritual practice when you're suffering just as much as you should have it when you're winning. There is no way people on earth think they're Christian, and they've never done a correct prayer in deep inner stillness. You know, most people pray like this. Thank you, Lord. That's thinking, feeling, and willing to them. That's it, right there. And they're like, oh, wonder why it's not answered. And then it's like they think medieval Christian prayers have expired. They've never expired. Actually, if we look at it, the medieval Christians were like the last strong Christians. Then it starts going away into the 1900s. Then we have anthroposophy with Steiner's stream, which is even more condensed. And now the strongest Christians you see are not even Christian. It's a surgeon saving someone's life, doing the right thing. He's thinking, feeling, and willing, I'm going to save him. That is the Christian. And the guy preaching is like the lowest level of Christianity, which is funny because he'll have a lot of followers. Like,
John,
yeah.
Let me ask you this. And I mean it in good faith and then kind of as a joke, but when you're a 33rd degree Mason, are you still going to say Christ is king?
If I was a 33, you're saying. You know, many have. Most Freemasons from the York Rite path, they say they're Christians. And the Scottish Rite, they're more philosophical. But I'm not a Mason, so I can't tell you. I'm never going to be a Mason. I think the best way to describe me would be a medieval crusader. I am the closest thing on earth to a medieval crusader.
I thought you were a Mason, by the way, before starting this interview, but my gauge is no.
Yeah, I've been around that scene, and everyone loves to point me to that. And I'm like, what the fuck? You can just do a little research and know that I can't.
The profile picture is a little weird.
Yeah. First of all, if you change the verified thing, goes away if you change your profile picture on Twitter. But yeah, the timing was crazy. I remember people telling me like, you can't have a black eye. And I'm like, bro, when I was on Twitch, I had a black eye, not just Twitter. When I was 2019, I was on a Tyler 1 stream and I came home from bouncing. I had a black eye and no one said, you know, they could say, they're like, well, you popped off then too, but you joined the Black Eye Club. I remember thinking that and I was like, that looks horrible. That makes me look so evil. Like, because I used to be the guy who would be like, Black Eye Club. I never noticed it for myself. And I'm like, you're going to have to search with your heart to see if you can trust me or not. And here's what I say. Why trust anyone? Don't trust anyone. What the fuck? Do what you came here to do and find your own path. I'd say this. You remind me of pure evil because you platformed Gary. No, I get it. You know, have you seen Gary's rants? I'm going to destroy every Christian.
Yeah, the one belief I didn't like of his was thinking that the only spiritual entities that there are the prime creator and demons,
what is this prime creator?
Demons that run the world. I'm you can't live a life thinking that there are no positive spirits around you. But interesting.
Gary's interesting.
As a psychological operations expert, what Psy Op do you think is happening right now?
The greatest psychological operation right now has got to be AI. I think AI I love it. Makes my life easy money, but I don't replace my social life for AI. You know, most people are using AI. I think Ben Affleck said it. He said most people are using it as a buddy. And I'm like, if you want to do that little gay social thing where, you know, you're talking to a buddy, why don't you pick someone in the past that's a genius and ask AI to become them and talk to the genius and learn something while you're being lonely, but never replace your social life for AI. Most people are like, hey, can you do ChatGPT? Can you do? And it's like, dude, you could learn so much. Like if you have a lonely year, you could become a genius. Never in history could you become a genius because, bro, I remember before AI, I'd have to find the fucking paragraphs in the books I'm looking at. That would take so long. And now it's like right there. I'll tell you this. It's also a spiritual thing when people replace spirituality for loneliness. And this actually builds the soul. The strongest It's not supposed to happen forever. You can have a year, 2 years, maybe even 3 years lonely, but it's not supposed to be forever. That's where people fuck up. They go, oh, I'm used to this. And I get that. Like, after this, my fount of healing will be being alone. Like, oh, I've done the podcast now. Leave me the fuck alone. Don't ask for a photo on the street. Fuck off. Leave me the fuck alone. I've done my part. But check this out. The greatest Psy Op is that AI is going to save your ass. It'll never happen. It will never happen. People think they can game all day, then they're AI all day. These people are headed off a bridge. The number one harmonic force or satanic force in modern Christian terms would be mechanization of your life. The more mechanical your life becomes, the more inwardly dry you become. There's a lot of humans who have never looked at a butterfly since they were kids. It just flies by and they go, okay. And then there are humans who are more inwardly awake. Their inner world of pictures has more rhythm and life. And the butterfly comes in and they take the gaming headset off and look at it and they go, what a deep orange. And those people are closer to spirit because children are closer to spirit. That's where instinctual being is, right? And as children grow older, they get away from spirit to develop ego consciousness, right? There are people right now who have not looked at a tree since they were a child. Isn't that interesting? And that's probably you. When's the last time you looked at a fucking tree? Because that will never be an Earth evolution again. It'll be something else. It'll evolve. So you're missing out on the art project from God. You're supposed to grow with this project. When's the last time someone went to Venice Beach and actually looked at the water? Not their phone, not their thoughts, not their memories. There is so much of your life missing, and you can make millions of dollars missing it. You think Andrew Tate looks at the water, and people are like, well, Zherka, you're kind of like a hippie. I am a hippie. What the fuck? I'm a party guy. I'm a hippie. I don't know why people think I'm like let's make all the money. I'm back to take the money, but I'm not ruled by the mon I don't give a fuck. And people are like, this hippie side to you, is it new? I was like, what the fuck? You watch all my content. It's always been there. Always. The sunset today on Venice Beach was fucking mind blowing. I look on the streets from my hotel. I got the whole oceanic view. Nobody's staring at it. Not even the people at the beach. One fucking cyclist just biking by. No one's looking at it. And then a drone comes up at my window staring at me, trying to see me in my underwear and shit. And I remember like looking into that drone thinking like, whoever's doing this, whatever is missing the sunset. He's missing the sunset to look at me.
Did in my actually happen? Are you
I swear to God. And I was shocked. I'm like, bro, Californians are depressed. Look at their faces. Like a sunset like that, I don't care what happened. I don't care if your fucking dog died. Don't miss the sunset. Go back to crying about your dog, but don't miss the sunset. And you're designed to rejuvenate with the rhythm of, it's like kind of like the number one predictor of a healthy person that is successful in life without losing their soul is if they chase the sun. They wake up with the sun, they're rhythmic with the sun, their digestion is at the highest point of the sun for their food. Then they stop eating, they enter perfect sleep. Maybe 4 or 5 hours pass with nothing digesting in the metabolic limb system of the soul. And these people wake up early. They chase the sun. I was never these people. I always stayed out as a bouncer at nighttime. And you could see me morally become a monster because no sunlight for 5 years, right? Entered in the darkness. And I loved it until the sunlight. Then I was like, I didn't love it. No way. I love this. And I should write a book. I started my book, I stopped, but I need to write a book because I'm a fucking genius compared to you guys. I'm killing it right now, right? I'm fucking killing it. I'm talking about drones and pigeons and sunsets.
A drone actually followed you this morning?
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. It just hovered there for 10 minutes, went to another window. I'll tell you this, though, that drone is really making me look CIA right now. It's like, why am I saying that? That's never happened to me before. But the drone thing was just like, do people in Venice Beach do this?
Last question, Zherka.
Do you love black people? That's the final question.
What's the best piece of advice you've ever received?
The best piece of advice I've ever got was fuck off. When someone you love says fuck off, they are saying to you, you are going to get stuck in matter if you don't evolve. And I'm not serving any part of that evolution. You look at an ex-girlfriend, you look at your enemy on the other side, they're the people you're the closest to. That's the person you hate the most is the person you are closest to on the other side. And people hate, when I say this, they say, well, what about you and that guy that you hate? That means you squashed the beef with him? No, fuck that guy. I'm on this side. I don't like that guy. I'm still human. But your ex-girlfriend and you fighting, you tell her to fuck off 10 times, she tells you to fuck off 10 times. This is the greatest thing that can happen, because she's forcing you to stand on your own 2 feet, or else you get, not to make it blackpilling, but you can be left behind in a savage way. Go look at people. There are some people who have fucked up so hard. Not that I'm victim blaming, but they're in wheelchairs. They're going through, and some of them are bodhisattva masters who have chosen that to develop more love on earth, right? So it's a strong incarnation. There's some people who have Down syndrome, but they chose it so they can be left the fuck alone and play guitar all day. And they're on, have you seen those guys? It's very adorable because their love is with guitar. That's where they can generate the most for the earth. But I'm telling you, this world can get really dark if you're not evolving, and everything horrific that happens to you, break up with a girl, whatever happens, is much more important than you marrying her and having a cozy little life where you actually get stuck in matter. Most married people never evolve. Did you know that? That's why the marriage breaks off. But when you're evolving, she wants to come back to you. You guys want to go back to each other, and they're not for everyone. Your karmic task is with the woman you want to get pregnant the most. It's probably the biggest bitch in your phone. That's normal. But it doesn't mean you should have kids with her. It's just you guys had a strong karmic task you guys chose to come on earth to do together. That's a part of it. And it is like a game. When you receive the full message that I'm trying to tell, you're going to stop hating your enemies. You'll dislike them. That's normal. You're going to stop hating your exes. You're going to stop hating the world. And finally, you're going to stop hating yourself. Not the personalities, but the deeper self. And that is the I am. That is the Christ deep within. You have to search. All those layers peel off and you're connecting towards the kingdom now. That's what you want. And you'll bump into your ex or your enemy and you'll say, okay, I'm going to fight him. But this time I'm going to fight him conscious. Not out of anger, not out of sin, not out of spite. I want to be conscious in this fight. And it's a fight to win. It's not a fight out of anger, seething hatred, none of that. And in medieval Christianity, that happens. It's not turn the other cheek. We don't teach that, right? Because turn the other cheek is mystery language talking about if someone agitates your desire body, so they put you in an unconscious state, like, fuck you, and then you immediately get reactive, you're linked to them karmically. So in initiation science, the smartest thing you can do is don't spike your cortisol, do not engage. You can engage for stuff that develop your soul, but those are rare. Those are forced. You're backed in the corner, you pull the sword out, you have to fight. And a lot of Christians, modern Christians, don't understand medieval Christianity, because medieval Christianity says, you will be backed up. You will have to fight sometimes. It's no way getting around that. And modern Christianity is turn the other cheek and, turn into pretty much dead meat, right? But it's mystery language telling you that you have a little argument with your mom that'll last and reverberate in your mind for maybe years. Do not get linked karmically to stupid little shit like that, because you have your own problems. When you have your own problems in life, why would you compound that with other karmic streams? Don't do that. You need peace. You need peace for your own problems. You don't need, there was a time where every man on earth has this time where anyone who talks shit about them, they respond to all of them. No, respond to your arch enemy, right? And go spark rocks with that, develop your soul, your courage, whatever. Don't respond to all of them, because what you're doing is you're saying you're reactive, you're unconscious. That's not you. There's no deeper sense of conscience there. You're just kind of like acting on impulse. not kind of, you are. That's what turn the other cheek is for. That's why these turn the other cheek modern Christians don't realize that the Old Testament is about putting order into the world with the sword. Like, it was insane. Or Alexander the Great, he had a much stronger desire body than me. He had the strongest astral body we've ever seen, and he acted with the will of God to put order in all of the evil people back in a different time when it was more like that. And people cannot wrap their head around that Alexander the Great was working with spirit there. They say that that's the least Christian take in the universe. Did Alexander the Great fuck up ever in his life? Yeah. His strong desire body actually made him, it was so ravenous and powerful, before he could, with ego consciousness, control it, he killed his best friend. Why did he do that? Because his best friend disrespected him. He shoved the spear into him, deeply regretted it because he was aligned with spirit. He's like, what have I done? And that's a part of his lesson. That's a part of his evolution. It's like the hardest lesson on earth. But when he was liberating the world, he was not doing it as a Satanist, like, oh, as a warlord. No, most figures in history were working with spirit. You can see the winners are always working with spirit, and spirit changes. Sometimes it's with the Arabs. I'm not saying their religion is correct. It's not. But they brought science. When humans needed science, they brought a lot of that. Then it was with Asian people. And now we're finally at the point where it's back to Europeans strong. But it all started with ancient Indians. They were closest to the spirit. And when I say spirit, the great spirit, I'm talking about the Holy Spirit. But they didn't have the full message. So yes, all religions are little puzzle pieces, not that you should worship their gods or anything. I'm saying they're moral systems for souls to level up, but all the pieces fall in line to the Christ. The Christ is the highest level of evolution. That's why the white man is shitting on every human on earth. And I'm not getting racial spiritually. Don't think of skin color and spirituality as connected. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's their turn, right? In the old epoch, it was ancient Indians. We would go up to ancient Indians and they would laugh at us. They'd be, Jack Neel is fucking European. He's like, what the fucking retard? They would laugh at us. Now, who's aligned closest to spirit is the Europeans. That's why they're dominating. And in 300 years in the future, it will be the Russians. And they've suffered enough, right? The Russians have been the greatest losers throughout history. If you really want to look at who lost more than Russians, I think everything they did, they suffered. World War I, World War II, they're like losing machines. The Cold War, they're losing right now. They're unstoppable losers. All that suffering will transmute. They will carry the impulse next. And which is interesting. Everyone talks about China being next, but it's actually going to be the Russians, and which is more whiteness. And then it's going to go to something else. And all these root races are supposed to work together eventually when we're done killing each other.
And then, briefly, worst piece of advice you've ever received?
Yeah. The worst piece of advice I've ever received was just have faith in Jesus, man. And I remember thinking, I'm like, well, why are people still jumping off bridges? There's a lot of people who have faith. Well, they didn't have real faith. And because you split it from thinking, feeling, and willing, these people are severely off balance. They don't even have rhythm to their day. They're going to jump off a bridge. And if they fulfill just the faith without the works, they're inwardly empty. And that's why I think most Christians, these Protestants, I think have contributed, they don't mean to, but they've contributed to more suicide than anyone in history. You talk to someone like Nick Fuentes, he'd be like, do the works. And then you're free. You start working again. You've got your rhythm in your life again. You start going towards life. Nick is such a positive force when we're talking about it like a religious message. But everyone who attacks Nick, those Protestants, they mean well. Jesus, the Lord, is telling me right now that have you seen those freaks like, who's that one kid who interviewed Dan Bilzerian? I used to like him, the waffle kid.
Bryce Crawford.
Cannot stand that Satanist. Look in his eye. He's overusing his heart rhythmic path, his chakra, to play God. He's literally, when he sits down with you, he's playing God, and he doesn't realize he's doing it, which is a big no-no. He sat down with Dan Bilzerian to talk about children getting murdered in Palestine, and he ignored the whole conversation for 2 hours with millions of people in the comments making fun of him for it. And he felt like he did nothing wrong. He actually ended the whole interview like he is chosen by God, like he's Albanian Mother Teresa. I'm like, I've never seen a higher level of satanic harmonic forces than that kid. People think he's a good Christian, but when it's time to talk about dead babies, he cannot let it go. And he starts doing people die, nigga. He starts doing that, people sometimes have to die. And I'm telling you right now, I could say I could even make up lies about him right now. It wouldn't be as ugly as he would look if you go watch that, go react to that. It is the most traumatizing podcast. Forget the Jew stuff. Dan Bilzerian is trying to hammer in a point for 2 hours about dead babies, and it's not going over his head. He has a full satanic shield for the conversation. I've never in my life wanted to direct hate towards a channel until I saw that. I thought and I'm the kind of guy who said respect. I DM'd him. I loved the kid. I saw a clip of him. I said respect on Twitter. Anytime someone talks about the Holy Spirit, I say respect. I message them. They keep going. They go, oh, look, this Chad likes me. He's like a little nerdy waffle kid. And you'll look in his eyes that what he's doing is very away from the Holy Spirit. Yeah, for me, anytime someone repeats themselves, I know they're satanic. Because I remember when I first started making money, my manager said, if you repeated yourself, you would have way more subscribers. I started repeating myself on Twitch podcasts. I jumped from 1,000 subscribers to 6,000 on Twitch. It's very different than YouTube subscription based. That's a lot of money, right? And I was like, what the... And you see the best streamers are so repetitive, which is it's the most evil thing you can do, right? This kid, his name's Bryce, right? He's the most repetitive Christian channel you'll ever see in your life. And most of his content, I think, is charged with a bit of the Holy Spirit where it feels good. But I don't judge someone until dead babies are brought up. Because Zherka's such a troll. Did I troll for Palestine? Day one, I said, yo, those are dead babies. It's time to use my platform. And I'm like the most right-wing guy. I don't have like a fucking liberal. I'm not one of those fucking leftists. Like free Palestine, I'm more like that's dead babies. That's dead children. And Bryce doesn't give a fuck. Not in his thinking, not in his feeling, in his willing. He's talking about Waffle House. Well, I don't know why I've singled him out, but the last thing I saw was Dan Bilzerian. And I remember reading the comments. I'm like, this is the most evil thing I've ever seen in my life because he's winning. If you watch the podcast, he actually beats Dan Bilzerian. He's unfazed. Like, it's almost like he has no conscience. And that's why I say...
I would love to host that debate.
He would call me a Freemason. He would be like, what the fuck? But you know what's crazy is Bryce and Dan Bilzerian is the perfect example of moral authority where the non-moral guy is standing up for dead children and the Christian needs to see them die because he saw Israel in mythopoetic language. And I'm not saying myth like it's fake. I'm saying the language people think Israel means something that it doesn't mean. And Bryce is one of those Protestants that's like, he wants to die for Israel. You could just tell. He doesn't want to say it out loud. Bryce reminds me of those Zionist white boys that say, those Muslims are just evil. It's like, bro, they're babies. We're not talking about Muslims. We're talking about babies. They can't even pray. They can't even do anything.
They're terrorists.
And I know, right? They are terrorists. I'm like the most racist guy and I have a heart for that. And when I saw Dan Bilzerian, I'm like, this is a prime example of someone connecting to their inner Christ within, just like scripturally accurate. There's Dan Bilzerian as a fucking atheist doing it. Why can Bryce not do it? And then you find out the most religious YouTube channels have severe dark shadows. Look at Jungian psychology. Ted Bundy was the greatest person on earth. Did you know that? He was genuinely in the community. People loved him.
Why? Why
He just
people
did
love-
everything right. He was the perfect Christian. That's why he got away with it. And he's a fucking psychopath. That's why Bryce scares the fuck out of me. I'm like, could you imagine him in this warehouse starts fucking stabbing you with a knife? Could you imagine if he did that? I could see it. I'm like, Jesus is telling me, Jesus, like he has that look in his eye, that fanatical look.
He's one of those Christians. He puts a knife to your neck. He's like, where would you go right now?
Where would you go right now? Yeah, exactly. And you know what's interesting is like, you'll meet a lot of atheists that their actions are very Christ-like and they don't talk about it. And sometimes they'll amaze you that they know scripture very well. Like if you poke them when you're alone with them and you try and offend them and stuff and say, oh, why are you a fucking atheist? And they'll know it better than Christians. Or then there's weaponized modern Christians. I always say, you can tell someone's evil because they're a modern Christian. Like, I don't even know what a modern Christian is. It's like someone who lets their wife get fucked. Ned Flanders, that's like the moral Christian nowadays. And which psychologically damages her as well because they're linked. So it's not just, oh, he's a cuck. It's, no, she's cucking too. Like, it's really bad.
Like, I feel like you talk about cuck a lot as a spiritual concept.
Yeah.
Like, what's the thing there?
Being a cuck is so simple. You don't want to work on your inner man. You work on your personality, your outer man. Personality makes you millions of dollars. People without personalities are really fucking boring, right? It's a good thing. It's a healthy thing. But if you don't have inner man, you become a cuck, a bitch. You trade everything that is solar and above us. You trade your whole honor for a bit of money, and that is not free. That OnlyFans girls come up to me and they say, well, why do you talk to me if you don't like OnlyFans girls and stuff? And I'm like, because you still have a soul and you're hot. I like your tits. I like the size of your tits. Like, I'm a man. I'm not these modern Christians that repress my sexuality. I'm very normal, right? I understand everything about humanity. I'm a fucking genius. But these women always turn a little late, but they always look different when I tell them why your dignity is important is because you're a spiritual being, not because you're human, not because you're of the flesh or any of that. It's you're originally a spiritual being. And if you want to turn into an image, a sexual image, you cannot actually participate in spirit because you are an image to people and they are jacking off to you. A soul is not an image. It's kind of like people who are obsessed with their social media. They're actually, they are an image in the world. An image is not real. If you are an image in the world, that image will start to talk and tell you what to do. And your whole YouTube channel will be to feed that image. And that image dies and fades away and you jump off a bridge because that image is not you. That's why I tell OnlyFans girls, I'm like, the way you make money is based off an illusion, a lie, an image. That is your security. What happens when that image fades? I'm not saying from getting older and uglier. That happens. But I'm saying from every OnlyFans girl will reach a point of exhaustion where they're so inwardly dry that they need reformation. They need to become Nala and transform. And I predict that there will be more genuine Christians from OnlyFans than anything in the future. You're going to be shocked because the way they're going through their prodigal soul journey is really into the mud. Not just into the mud like everyone else, they're really going to the mud. And if you see, even the strongest saints have I remember 21 years old, I'm like, I'm going to have the darkest 20s of my life so I can become a saint. And I remember every Christian around me is like, what the fuck did he just say? And I'm like, I look into the history of saints, I don't know exactly how their lives go. It's very rarely perfect all the way through. They go into not the mud like everyone else, the real mud. They go dark and they skyrocket to the top. And that's what these OnlyFans, they're not going to saint status, but you're going to be shocked at how many OnlyFans women actually become genuine Christians after. The only problem is the image that they've created of themselves all naked and stuff is a spirit. The spirit whispered, a spirit entered them and whispered in their ear, get the money. It's like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. Get the money. Now that spirit is in her auric field. It doesn't leave her. And that takes a long time to bleed out. It's a washing process. And that spirit's also going to bother the husband. And, there's a lot of modern Christians who say, just do what Jesus would do. And Jesus didn't get married. What are you talking about? Do what Jesus would do. Just marry her. He wants you to multiply and all that. No. If you think that spirit in her past is going to affect your evolution in a disastrous way, don't marry her. There'll always be someone who marries her, by the way. She has nice tits, right? There'll always be someone who says, I like the tits. And that Cuck, whatever, instead of him focusing on us making fun of him, enjoy the tits. Turn this channel off. Enjoy the fucking tits, bro. Like, what the fuck? You think I want that Cuck jumping off a bridge thinking about his wife all day? No, go enjoy those tits. Enjoy Nala, whatever the fuck. Just don't even look at the internet. Actually, most people don't even have those tits. You should be enjoying those tits, right? But to guys like us, I would say, Jack, you're going to have a lot of trouble in your life, just like me, just like everyone else. I don't think you should marry that OnlyFans girl. You're destined for Joe Rogan levels. You don't want that spirit whispering, she's a whore. Because a modern Christian is going to say, just forgive. A medieval Christian will say, pick up the sword and tell her to fuck off. Like, you can't marry that. What the fuck? So it's levels to consciousness. It's like, at lower levels of consciousness, I could see someone being happy with that kind of a marriage. I swear I can. So, like maybe Destiny. Destiny would fuck. He'd say, fuck this shit. And here's the thing. He's also getting sex. It's not that bad. But if you grew up in a different way, you're watching Dragon Ball all the time, you cannot do that. Like, you got to remember, your inner child is always with you. If your inner child says you married a whore, dude, there's no spirituality that's going to save you from that. You are literally thinking about her being a whore until you're an old man. It's building a nasty shadow, and that's like murderous behavior. You do not need to do that, especially when I say you will go through tragedies without that woman. Imagine bringing that. There's levels of consciousness that can actually marry that and be happy. Let them go there. You're not at that level of consciousness. The higher level of consciousness, the harder it is to grab tits. It's not this one. You start getting picky, and which you should also honor your personality too. 21 to 28, go date. Do not do the Christian thing where you don't date, you repress your sexuality, and now you are Zherka. I was repressed, right? I was like, till 21. And then I started dating, and my friends are like, you've never been with a woman. I'm like, I'm gaming. I don't care about women. They're all making fun of me. And I said, okay, they're all making fun of me at the workplace. Watch what I do. And I went through 1,000 women in a summer. That's repression. You think that's healthy? Fucking look what happened. That was healthy as hell. No, that's not good. That's not good. We all have something we go through, but I always found that the most interesting thing, that 8 billion people on earth want to have sex all the time with women, beautiful women, but the only one who does it without Dan Bilzerian money paying for it and all that, the only one who did it correct is the incel. Isn't that interesting? The one ladies' man on earth that actually dominated the field without faking it. Those red pill guys fake it. Andrew Tate, I kind of like it, but it's not impressive. The only person with a mastery is the incel that didn't smash till almost 21 years old. Isn't that interesting that your lower instincts can transform and turn into careers and weird career paths where it's like easy money talking about this stuff. But I always found that fascinating, that I've never seen a man on earth better with women than me. especially not on live stream where you have to prove it, bitch. And you have to prove it with a virgin, many virgins. You have to prove it with OnlyFans girls. You have to prove it with e-girls. You have to prove it with regular women, Walmart women, older women, younger women. This one is literally trying to fuck me. She's underage. Get the fuck away from me. They're trying to infiltrate my life with fake IDs. We've never seen someone dominate the game so much. The missing variable, what makes Zherka good? I'm going to go buy his course. What makes Zherka good is he started off as an incel. You started off playing frisbee basketball at 16 years old as a Chad. You got dominated by the incel. I'm not saying you, but you know what I'm saying. The Chads that I went to high school with, they suck with women. It's embarrassing. They are getting dominated by the repressed incel, and that's exactly how spirituality works. You don't build a shadow. You go make your mistakes in the world. By the time you're 55, you can start entering sainthood status. Not a real saint, an undercover saint. The best kind of saint.
If you stare into the abyss long enough, the abyss stares back at you, but eventually the dark turns to light.
If you stare into the abyss long enough, you might be unfortunate enough to see Bryce.
Everyone, this has been your guest, Jon Zherka. This is the Jack Neel Podcast. I appreciate you coming on, man.